Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. You can all now check off that you've done speed dating. That's part of it. There you go. And I also want to apologize for using an informal salutation at my initial introduction. I recognize that error, and I certainly value and respect the positions that you all hold, Madam President and Commissioners. Thank you. Yeah. Kent. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Chase. All right, so then our next work session is the 2020 Downtown Boise Implementation Plan. Director?
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, are the mics on? Right, good. Good afternoon. We'd like you to come down here. Diane is going to walk you step by step on each portion of the DBIP in preparation of your regular agenda item today. The staff has looked at all sorts of various issues regarding safety. We've looked at and learned a lot from our discussions with the YMCA and such. So I think you'll find the presentation to be very enlightening and educational across the board. Again, if you'd come on down, we've got a chart out here and she's going to walk you through it. Now, on the screens above, you'll also have the video or the chart up on the screen so everybody else can see what you're seeing by intersection moving forward and such.
Thanks, Director. And I just want to, so we have folks too that I want to invite after the staff presentation. So we've got representation from Valley Regional Transit and the Y. So I want that to be, if we can meet on the floor first for that initial conversation and then with staff, and then come back to the dais if that's all right. Thank you.
Again, with the overhead mics, when you're speaking or ask questions, please speak up and such so everybody can hear, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start at 16th on the west end. It's just down here. But it will also be on the screen. So at 16th, the existing conditions at 16th is that all four corners need to be upgraded for ADA. Actually, 3 of the corners have diagonal ped ramps today, which shoots people out into the intersection. The south leg will have bulb outs with bioretention swells. It's fully signalized today. It will be fully signalized in the after condition. And this intersection is in asphalt, so we don't start the concrete section until we get to 14th. So any questions on 16th?
Yeah, that's fully signalized.
Yes, sir. Okay, 15th is already done and is not part of this project. So moving on to...
Can I just ask out of curiosity, do you know what was the reason for going with asphalt pavement from 16th in just that small portion there instead of concrete? Does anybody know? Is that a question that...
Defer to Cody.
Yeah, from direction from the district engineer, just the place to stop asphalt made sense. We've done the concrete work at 15th, and we didn't want to extend that past 16th, and that was just the direction from the district engineer.
So did it have to do with traffic volumes or soil conditions or anything like that?
More that's just the very end of the kind of downtown core, and I don't think we have plans to make 16th concrete anytime soon, so we just wanted to carry through with asphalt.
And beyond 16th, State Street continues on in asphalt pavement?
Yes.
Okay, so we're pretty much just matching existing, not transitioning until approaching 15th Street. Okay.
So, and 16th, they're one way, it's a one-way coupling, so 16th goes north and 15th goes south. Yeah, so there's a coupling that has a big impact. Much like 5th and 6th on the other end. And then the bus stops are two of the more important bus stops, given the residences in that area, although there are surface parking lots, so we can pretty much anticipate development, redevelopment. I think the Rite Aid site was it gonna be redeveloped and then they dropped it, or there was another, anyway.
No, that won't be redeveloped.
The northeast
Right.
corner is under redevelopment right now.
Yeah, that's, so the density is just, we can anticipate the density going up.
Okay, moving on to 14. So, we're replacing, we will replace the pediments at all four corners. Existing today is stop controlled on 14th, so it's unsignalized. There's no protection or enhancement for the ped crossings. The proposed is a ped crossing on the east side with a pedestrian refuge island. There's bulb outs on 14th with the infiltration swells, and we did extend the median, the pedestrian refuge island, to allow for landscaping. Now, this is a intersection that we feel very confident that we could fully signalize, and as opposed to the pedestrian signal. We would have to go back and do some design on that, possibly acquire a little bit of right-of-way, but we're fairly confident that that can be fully signalized as part of the current bid that we have right now.
Currently, people can cross and do cross on the west side of the intersection. To the front, I mean, people go, there's a bunch of activities on both sides, cycle. I appreciate you identifying some of the businesses, but there's quite a number further south and further north, so there's a lot of walking back and forth. Now, 14th, was that one of the ones we converted to two ways? Can't remember. 13th, I know we did. Yeah. So it's a two-way street. So what's the rationale on cutting, reducing the left turn so that basically the business developments down here, you're limiting the left turns there, and you're limiting the left turns. Well, you're limiting here on the right lane. You can't turn left.
It's the only limitation is the
Right,
left
left turn.
southbound lefts.
Right.
It was more important to provide the refuge island for pedestrians. The city was part of that discussion, and it is a very tight downtown grid, so it's very easy just to go down 13th. There's alleys. There's 15th.
But they're turning left now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a left turn lane there, but yes, they're allowed to turn.
Yeah, it's
But this
it's
doesn't
four
restrict
lanes.
that. This
Yeah,
doesn't restrict the left turn, it simply doesn't provide us a
No.
separate left turn bay.
It restricts.
It restricts the left
Oh,
turn.
it does, it says
would,
it's gonna
yes.
be no left turn,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
With a fully signalized intersection, we could allow the left turns there, or we could keep the pedestrian refuge island there.
So what was the data to say that 4 lanes with the left turn lane turning left when they wanted to, and the right lane going through, that showed us this was somehow failing, and that we needed, especially on this one, you needed to have a left turn lane to go up 14.
Well,
You needed that extra space.
the space was already there for 5 lanes on the west leg, so we didn't add any width here. We were just striping it with the existing width, because there's already 5 lanes going through here. So again, it's more about pedestrian protection here with, again, it's a very tight, short block gridded downtown with multiple ways to get to where you're going, and that people could adjust their
So-
route. But again, if we fully signalize it, we can allow left turns there.
I just don't quite understand why the transition from 4 to 5 lanes happens after 14th Street currently, right? So currently we have 4 lanes go through, and then it widens to 5 by the time you get to 15.
No,
And
it's
mostly
five lanes from
No,
out
this
here.
is,
It's
no,
like
no, it's
It's
4.
five lanes
No,
there.
this is the design.
It
It's
is
not
only
current.
4.
Right, oh, I see, right, no, I'm talking about the design.
Oh, yeah. No, so currently, the transition from 4 to 5 happens after 14.
Correct.
And you,
So we had-
engineers want to move it to after 11.
Correct.
So in
we
other words,
needed-
you want,
we-
you
I-
want, so,
Again, we had the width already there. We're not widening at 14th. The left turn lane was added at 13th because of crashes. There is a high crash history of rear ends when people stopped in the left lane to turn left. So our traffic group requested that left lane be added. So, and these are very short blocks, and the transition happens after 12.
But it's still using the existing pavement width.
And there's probably some sections where it's being widened a little bit,
Okay.
but within our existing right of way.
So that's this area where it's going to be widened, and that is a reduction of existing pedestrian buffer.
So yes, there's some, well, we still have 10-foot sidewalk with streetscaping in this area. That's what the little trees show. So there still is adequate buffer. Still would be,
But I think her question is though, if we're widening more than what we currently have in terms of the existing design, where is that additional lane coming from?
again, if there is, some of these have a detached sidewalk. I don't know if Cody can chime in here, but it's very minor widening. Where
Well-
we have some, like we're, at DK Donuts, there's on-street parking, and we're not doing on-street parking there anymore. So that's where that additional width comes from. But like I said, we're not expanding beyond our existing right-of-way, and the curb line only changes slightly because it's only striped 4 lanes, but there's additional pavement that we're utilizing.
I'm just gonna, because I've been down here a lot. There is a buffer, this extends, there's landscaping in here right now, there's existing landscaping in front of the Burns, the old Burns studio. So the width is different here, so we are eliminating the trees and landscaping here, much as we are going to do here. So while there's right of way, the curb distance is going to be increased, curb to curb. This is going to go up, curb to curb, and so and we're gonna go to the minimum sidewalk width in order to fit it all into the existing right of way.
This crossing distance at 13th increases by 5 feet. On this side, it does increase by almost a full lane width of 10 feet.
And so then what,
The alternative is to continue to have crashes here. That's the alternative. So,
So 4 lanes are always crashes?
no, at
We
this
should go
particular,
through
at this particular location, there is a history of rear ends because there's no left turn lane.
Right.
So,
So
But
with
Commissioner
rear end,
Hanson.
I'm asking about pedestrian. So we have a big, huge difference in my mind, putting human life at risk and fender benders. And is it all bumped into the same pile?
no, but at 13th, we don't have a history of pedestrians being unsafe. So that I'm not sure what you're asking.
That's my fear, is that by expanding it and encouraging the left turning at 13, and actually funneling left turning by prohibiting it for one direction at 14th and 12th, will actually increase the amount of left turning and increase the risk to pedestrians at 13. whether if people don't feel they're moving fast enough on the 4 lanes, there's a street right here called Jefferson. If that's the route they want to go in and out of downtown with, if they think that's a little faster, and it's way underutilized at this point, it's got lots of ways. So I don't understand why we have to mess with the 4 lanes here, and add that if, unless we didn't do any analysis of Jefferson. Most people who are driving in are not driving into a spot on 15th on State Street. They're driving in to go somewhere downtown. So they make choices. They have choices. They can turn on 16th, they can turn on 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, and go down to their destination.
I think
So that's
though-
why I don't quite understand why the analysis was there to take the shift from 4 lanes and move it all the way close to where the Y is about to build its building.
Okay, Commissioner McKinney.
Well, I think it's, if we have an intersection with a history of a certain type of accident and no history of other types of accidents, it makes sense, or at least not a significant history, it makes sense to make adjustments that reduce the likelihood of that one type of accident. So I don't know that, if we widen it by 1 lane and we reduce certain types of accidents, that by itself doesn't say, oh, we're necessarily gonna cause some other type. I don't think, that doesn't follow. So in any case, this is good to know. Let's keep going.
Commissioner Bolt.
Is that type of crash, because it's a 4 lane and at other areas, that is likely to occur too if you're restricting left turns at these widened spots, but keeping 4 lanes later?
The crash data, we have all the crash data at all the intersections, and this is the problem intersection. Because of 4 lanes, because traffic stops in the left turn lane, it backs up, and then there are rear end crashes, so.
But this design preserves that issue at other intersections.
Right, because there's not the high volumes of turning traffic. I would note that 12th, 11th, and 10th don't go through a dead end at the high school. So 13th is a main route, north all the way to Campbell's Back Park, Hyde Park, onto Hill Road and Bogus Basin. So this is a high turning volume street.
And so what, I'm gonna ask, again, the sidewalk width and the landscape buffer width after the widening?
Is it 10 feet with streetscape?
Yeah, it's at least 10 feet with 4 feet of that being streetscape.
So, sorry, say that again?
The pathway design between 14th and 12th is at least 10 feet wide, with 4 feet of that being streetscape.
So 6-foot sidewalk, 4-foot streetscape.
Thanks, Dan. Keep going.
Okay. I feel like we talked about 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, well, the one thing
Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to say is that the purpose for converting 13th to 2 ways and 12th and 14th is to basically equalize southern portion, the development opportunities. And what this does is it actually restricts turning onto those streets, especially 14th, and it doesn't make sense to me why we would restrict left turns onto a street. And I mean, we did 13th so that people would use it like other streets. In the past, it was a one-way shoot down to the connector. Now there's development potential, but we're going to get rid of that by basically saying no. We want to use this as a traffic-heavy street and limit traffic on 12th and 14th. So that's another. In an urban grid network, telling someone you can't turn left is antithetical to me.
Well, I'll reiterate that at your direction, we will do a full signal here and allow a left turn.
let's
And-
move on to the next, let's move on to the next one. So, 12th, the plan.
It's 12, again, replacing all the ped ramps at the corners, to be compliant. 2 of those are diagonal today. It is unsignalized, unprotected today with, all 4 crossings available. Again, the proposed design is an RFB, but this is another intersection that we are comfortable saying we can signalize, but less comfortable than 14th until we get into, the design a little bit, with just some of the right-of-way conflicts we have with the building right up to the corner and parking places and driveways, but we're happy to take a look at that one as well and fully signalize it within the current bids that we have and the change order. And again, we can leave the pedestrian refuge island here and not allow left turns north on 12th, or we can remove it to allow left turns there at your direction. And we'll point out there's bulb outs on 12th on all 4 corners there.
Commissioner Hanson.
Why? Obviously, we are going from 4 lanes to 5 lanes here. Why not do it here before 13? Is there such, because you can't get into this turn lane until you're over here. So why not keep this? This actually isn't narrow. On this block, the landscaping was eliminated, basically destroyed when this parking garage was built. So it is not consistent with this block, and currently this block comes in about here and here, so they're kind of aligned with it. But the crossing distance, you're right, there's lots of space here, and it's no parking too, so the outside lane of this 4-lane street is really, really wide. It's the speed zone. It's the area where on a Sunday, if you're somewhere down here, you can just see people. They got the lights, they step on it, and they try and time those lights to shoot right through. And part of it is the vision past 12th Street, where you don't have any landscaping like you do on 13th, between 13th and 14th, and like you do currently between 11th and 12th. That landscaping, of course, as you pointed out, will have to be eliminated, those older trees. But right here, there's nothing, but there's not a plan to make this consistent with these 2. What the plan is to make these like this. So my question is, why not taper down to, you absolutely have to have 5 lanes at 13th Street. Why not do that between 13th and 12th? Why are you doing it between 11th and 12th?
Any insight to that, Cody?
Multiple reasons, the main ones being the trade-off of having the refuge island or not, so we carry the 5 lanes through to the crossing. Also, again, just because the blocks are so close together, that the taper is very, having the taper so close to the intersection is also a concern, where people start widening in and out. The taper wouldn't end by the time you got to 12th Street, so you'd still be tapering through the intersection.
The drivers, yeah. So we do a real good job of sort of anticipating driver perception if they monitor the pedestrian perception. Safe in this environment is not and especially the elimination of that. But as you say, well, we could have a full crossing. Well, why not have a full crossing, protected crossing with 4 lanes? Why have that extra space?
Next one, Diane.
So 11th, fully signalized today and will be fully signalized after. We're replacing all the ped ramps at all 4 corners. There is an existing bulb out on the northeast side where there's a bus stop today. And the crossing distance there does seem to be the same. And one thing that has been brought up and brought to our attention, I think, and by the YMCA as well, is potentially eliminating the southbound to westbound left turn at this intersection to, as a consideration for pedestrians.
Southbound on 11th
Yeah.
to westbound on, or eastbound.
Excuse me, east, sorry.
What was the 11, the left hand, the left turning movement? That was someone leaving 11th, turning west,
East.
turning east.
Yep.
Diane, can you tell us, and I'm wondering, how have the bus stops, have they always been at those two locations within the intersection, or have they been moved around at all?
I'll leave that to Joe, if that's okay.
Yeah.
They've been there for quite a long time, since before BRT. But we would want to move those far side with redevelopment at some point.
And what do you mean by far side?
Far side would be on the downstream traffic side of the signal.
Okay.
So about where the tree is on that parking lot, where YMCA is. We try and ask for about 45 feet outside of the crosswalk.
So, let me understand what you're saying. You're saying the current design calls for them to be on the near side of the intersection.
Where they are now.
Where they are now, that's the current design. And what you're saying is you'd like to see them on the far side of the intersection.
We would take, what we've worked with your staff on is we want to leave the bus stops exactly where they are now. And we'll work with redevelopment, and Zach's over here, we've
To
talked
change
about
them
this.
later.
Some later. What we want with these stops is, as you redevelop these with this project, is the current shelters that are in there require deep footers, and we're going to eliminate those so that we can put in a best-in-class shelter that just mounts to the top of the sidewalk. So it's just a little thicker concrete, but then we can pick them up, move them, and clean them up, and then they're gone, and we can just flip them to the other side of the street. So that's what our plan is with 11th Street with this project.
Well, I have a question. So we ran into this when we redid Collister. This, we actually have more information of what you want. When we redid Collister, we spent over $10 million laying concrete, and we didn't have an idea of how the transit stops would work, and you're still developing it. And so what you're telling me, and what I'm hearing, is the same thing I heard in Collister, is some of this will have to be ripped out and replaced. This concrete that we will pay for, the taxpayers will cover, is going to be ripped out. But we actually know what we want, what the best in class should be. And we're laying a lot of concrete here at these corners. But what you're saying is it'll be ripped out and it'll be paid for again by different taxpayers from BRT instead of
So we're not,
SHD.
you can see we're only, the blue is the only area where we're replacing sidewalk. So they would be going beyond that where we're not doing new at this time. And there, it doesn't hurt to have some extra concrete on the other two corners. So it's not gonna be, it's very minimal or to nothing that would have to be ripped out.
And the cost of moving them, that wouldn't be our work anyway.
That'd be our cost.
Another taxpayer, but sounds like, okay.
But again,
Or maybe you can squeeze it
minimal
out.
to none would have to be ripped out, just to be clear. Okay, 10th is fully signalized today and will be after project. All the pedestrian ramps will be replaced. We have bulb outs on State Street where there is, on the north side, where there is on-street parking, and on all four legs of the 10th Street side.
I just want to say I really appreciate that there's just slightly more bulb outs happening when people, because parking is here and parking is here. And we do see telesis of people parking way too close to when the curb line just goes like this, whether that's on a local, collector, or arterial road. It's really, that's why our pedestrian advisory committee said, put a bulb out at every single corner when you have parking, because you have to designate how far back so that the pedestrian can be seen. And I think that's so critical. These curb extensions have to be there, and this one and you've got them on all, obviously, even on State Street here, so that the pedestrians can be visible. You know, these are some of the areas that's gonna be a significant improvement.
Right, so we're
because
actually reducing
You're
the crossing
reducing the
distance.
crossing distance, which is real important. And one day this will get redeveloped, but this isn't. It's not as critical a crossing as this. These are the busiest BRT bus stations too, bus stops.
I mean, I will point out that there's driveways here and here which prevent us from doing bulb outs in some locations.
Today.
Today, yes.
The develop.
With this project.
Yeah, the development is taking all of this block and all of this, it's just that one building, right? Virtually that entire block except the one where the Rochelle firm is located. So it's gonna be huge. How tall?
Which building are you talking about, Jim?
The one on the, well, both of them.
The one right where the YMCA is now, that will be a new building, and that will be 4 stories. Directly across will be a 4-story Y, and then behind that building will be an 18-story building that has St. Luke's, several decks of parking, 610 spaces, I believe, and then senior housing on top of that.
Senior housing.
Yeah.
So that we can anticipate exponentially more people crossing at 11th and 10th Streets.
Sure better be.
So 9th is essentially copy of 10th, the same bulb outs, similar intersections.
Needed.
And I don't have, from there, I don't have intersection by intersection information for you because that's where we transition back to 2 lanes and get down into that real, it's a completely different, part of State Street that we're keeping very similar. We are adding bulb outs by overtension swells where they don't exist today, so that's a plus. We do have at 3rd Street a pedestrian crossing with bicycle push buttons at the request of the public when we did the public involvement. Just a few things to highlight from 8th to 2nd.
Just the safest 2 blocks on State Street is between 6th and 8th. It's designed just right, and it wasn't always like that. After 9/11, the state put in landscaping significantly, but we didn't apply that to the rest of State Street.
So, Diane, I want to punt to BRT really quick. So, can you guys describe the type of movement that you need on 9th Street and what that means for this design?
So 9th Street has, if you look at the northwest corner, it has 2 bus stops. The one that's traveling southbound on 9th Street, that's the Route 10. That goes down to Main Street Station on 9th. The other one that's in the northwest corner will be eliminated and moved over to 7th Street, which is between 6th and 8th by the Capitol. There's no way really to service if there's going to remain parking in that location. It's not safe. So we worked with your staff to identify a new location, your staff and City of Boise and CCDC, so those group effort. The one that's in the southwest corner is our last stop before the bus turns on 9th Street and goes to Main Street Station. So that one needs to stay.
So if the state prohibits the movement of a bus stop on that, you'll have to leave it on 9th.
We would likely eliminate it.
You just eliminate it altogether.
I think the other thing at that particular light is that the best movement for the bus is to be able to come from that right-hand lane into the left-hand lane on 9th, because that's where we ultimately end up. And so when the light is correct, when they're in the front and they have the light, they can do that. But when they get stopped at the stop, then it's not possible to, and then they have to work their way over to the left. And it's a little bit more challenging. So the signal, anything we can do at that light to allow the signal preemptions is really
So commissioners, any questions about the map or the projects, the various intersections before we move back up at the dais?
I appreciated Elaine's letter, which said she appreciated and need those 4 lanes, but you did not ask for 5 lanes. So it was a specific letter that was very specific. I just want to make that clear. Your concern was with those bus stops at 11th Street and 9th Street, and the reference was you would like to leave them at 4 lanes, although there's, we go from 2 to 4, not 2 to 3 to 4, it was straight to 4. And so that is problematic. Hopefully this will help reduce some of the desire to accelerate. It was heartbreaking to come out of Henry's funeral, stand in front of the church, and literally watch cars race as they saw the green light. They weren't looking at the people. There was a lot of people standing on the street. They accelerated because they saw a green light on a Saturday and were ready, and they had 4 lanes to go from 2 to 4. And once they start accelerating down there, that starts to be some of the problem. And that's the big concern I have, especially with the future residents that are going to be encouraged to live, hopefully safely in the street.
Commissioner Gold? Yeah, I have. So this bus stop right here.
Can you see that intersection?
So sorry, 9th and State, the northwest corner on State. That's gonna be moved here to this behind the Capitol. Is that correct?
I think they were talking about the bus stop on 9th Street, north of State Street.
No, I think it's this one. To be moved here. Yes.
on the
One on
north-
State Street?
The north.
Your one on
north side of
State
town.
Street gets moved to that location.
Okay.
Move the block that way.
The number 9 bus goes all the way through.
Right, okay. But again, the moving of the bus stops, that's something that BRT will be handling. We don't directly get involved in that.
Again, there's no additional infrastructure there related to our project and the bus stop.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, let's go back. Before we start deliberating, I want to invite the YMCA CEO David DeRoe up to explain a little bit more about his vision and the various populations that will be utilizing this corridor, especially along 11th and 12th. So David, do you mind coming up?
Madam President,
Mayor McKinney.
if I may, wouldn't that be more appropriate during the regular commission meeting when we're discussing the approval of the bid?
No. Yeah, I folks to present during our work sessions, and I feel like it's a really important segment of information that our deliberations before we take a vote. Mr. DeRoe.
Commissioners, thank you so much for this time, and let me start by just saying thank you for your great service, for keeping traffic moving, and for your attention on keeping us all safe. It is really appreciated. I know it's not an easy job. I do have some material for you that will outline the buildings. I apologize in advance. This is really material that's not designed for this specific purpose. It's more on fundraising and communication. feel free to use it as fundraising propaganda. We'd love to have that as well. But if I could direct your attention to the centerfold of this handout, it will show you the picture of what exists today. And then as you unfold it, it will be the picture of what will exist in the future. And so you can tell that this is a southeast perspective if we were hovering above Boise High. And so you can see the buildings. The street that's right in front of Boise High would be Washington. And so one block up is State Street, the topic of discussion. And so what we plan to do is to build the new Y to the south, just crossing State Street from the current location. That'll be about 100,000 square foot YMCA. Inside of that will be 8,000 square feet that will be owned by St. Luke's. And so we see an increased volume of members there. For reference, we've had, right before the pandemic, we had 16,000 members at the Downtown Y. This anticipates 24,000 members and something like 100,000 visits a month to this building. Inside of this building will be a large youth component, a large teen component, and a neurodiversity center, which is specifically designed for families with children on the autism spectrum or other diverse abilities. So that will all be housed there at the Y, along with all the things that you hopefully know and love us for, will be housed in that building. And then, as I said, directly behind that, across the alley, will be more St. Luke's space on the first floor, on the ground floor. About 20,000 square feet is what they anticipate there. There'll be a number of physical, mental, and behavioral health services offered, and also pediatric integrated medicine there. And so we know with our partnership with St. Luke's, we can work together and really improve the health of the community. And then above that is the mobility center that is primarily CCDC. Will be housed there. The Y will have some parking in there as well. That will be our primary parking now, will be inside of that mobility hub. And we're happy about that because people won't be crossing the street as pedestrians, the members anyway, or program participants. And so that will help with that. So, and then of course, on top of that is the senior housing. And that's going to be really great for us to help people live longer, more independent lives through our work at the Y and with St. Luke's. But that's that block, and it will be the entire block. At one point, there was a little carve out that was owned by the state of Idaho that has now been purchased by the developer, and so it will be the entirety of that block that's redeveloped.
And David, it's not clear on the map where State Street is, but I just want to orient folks that people would have to, if they parked or lived in that facility, they would have to cross the street, isn't that correct, to go to the Y when it's redeveloped?
Yeah, so if you're in the senior housing, you won't. But
you
if you go if you cross 11th is kind of that main street in the center of your page, if you will. Mm-hmm. And so just to the west, across 11th, is another new building. That will be the entire north half of that block that's rebuilt. And on the first floor of that will be a new child development center. And it is anticipated to house 134 children, infant, toddler, and preschool on that first floor. And then above that will all be workforce housing. That is a partnership with CCDC and our developer. The Y won't own or operate that, but that's 155 units of workforce housing that will be there. My understanding is that's 80 to 120% of average median income will qualify to live there. So anybody that lives there will cross the street to come to the Y or to St. Luke's and some of those services. Once the Y's finished, once the Y opens, we will keep our existing facility open until the new Y is ready to house members and participants. Then we'll move across the street south, and the existing YMCA will come down. And in its place will be the building that's pictured here. On the first floor will be partner space, meaning CWI will have a presence here. There will also be some supportive retail space. And then on top of that is envisioned affordable housing. And although this building looks like a horseshoe now, that I can tell you that the design has changed some, that it really looks like these buildings want to be two separate buildings. And that'll be really nice for Boise High students to walk in between those two buildings and then out and across probably at 11th Street to the Y. Even as it's pictured, there's a wide cutout, a tunnel, if you will, in between the buildings leading from Boise High into that plaza of the horseshoe and then over to the Y. And then the final part of this four-corner project, all four corners of 11th and State, is a new office building that is in place of where the old synagogue used to be. If you know that building when it was there, that is envisioned to be a nonprofit hub, which would allow other area nonprofits to lease space and to have their administrative functions, but then use YMCA facilities and adjoining services to deliver their mission. So the idea behind this is that we just bring people together and really give them a great deal of service that will help them improve their lives right here in one location. And then existing, but I think it might be important to draw your attention to, as part of this project, one of the outcomes in the First Presbyterian Church, that is just one block east on State Street, there's a large child development, YMCA Child Development Center there now. That will exist and expand, and will continue to exist and expand. And that will be primarily school-age children that will inhabit that center. So that's a lot, and this picture isn't great. I apologize for that, but if there's any questions about the project, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Drew. Any questions, commissioners?
Yes,
Commissioner McKinney?
Madam President, David, just one quick question on this. What is the anticipated time frame for all of this redevelopment?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. That, really so much of that is dependent upon our ability to raise funds. But if everything goes as planned, which is the only way I can speak, we will break ground on that south side of State Street in Q1 of 2024. We anticipate almost a 2-year build out. And so we would like to get this new YMCA open and the parking garage, that whole part of that open in late 2025. And then work would start on the north side of State Street post 2025.
And that larger building, the taller building that has the, you indicated senior housing in it, that's on the block further to the south, on the other side of, is that Jefferson Street?
That's still on the same block. So that's just one complete city block.
Okay.
And is divided by the alleyway still exists there in between the two buildings. And the plan is to block that for just pedestrian traffic, except it will be accessible to emergency vehicles or service vehicles if needed.
And so that, and the development of that is all part of this same project, or is that?
Same project.
And all of these things are all part of the project that you're doing? They're not components that are by other developers?
That's right. It's all part of the same project. Same construction firm will be doing the work. And it's our hope as the Y, just being a little nonprofit that we are, it is our hope that we then can realize some cost advantages to sharing some of the costs as the other buildings are going up.
So it looks like the plan is to start in the beginning of 2024, and then what's the total duration anticipated for completion of the project?
When I talk to people about this picture, I think you're looking at that area circa late 2028 or 2029 before everything's built out. We'll have to move across the street, then that building will have to come down. It'll probably be another 18-month anyway construction period to get the furthest north building completed.
Okay, so at least 5 or 6 years, and that's if things go well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Drew?
Oh.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thanks. This is fascinating, and I'm looking at the photos, the design of what the street might look like, what you hope the street will look like to be successful. And it looks like that first photo on this is on the big spread on the upper left here is a corner of 11th and State. So if you look at that, look up to the right, left, I mean, this street view, not the,
Oh,
of,
I'm sorry, which,
this is the, yeah, right up here,
okay.
right where it says a new Y for New Boise. It shows lots of windows that invites people basically to the street, right?
Yes.
And then I have another view on the other corner, which looks like that's 11th. It's sort of idealized what 11th would look like, looking down 11th across State with lots and lots of people and cafes. There's umbrellas and bicyclists, and it's basically an inviting streetscape. It looks almost like, maybe 10th Street or 8th before we closed it off to traffic, with a lot of street activity. So the designs of these buildings are to invite people to the street and to move around and across. Is that correct?
That's correct, and you'll notice, Commissioner, on 11th, right in front of the Y, the new Y, kind of in the center of your page, there's an outdoor plaza there.
Yeah.
And so we do see that streetscape being activated, and really what adds to that, and it wasn't part of our project, but it's just serendipitous, that the 11th Street Bikeway goes through, and so that will just add to the whole, I think the ambiance, the ease of accessibility, the number of people that might arrive at the Y or to their destination without driving a car, would also happen there. And, so just one thing that we've noticed is once you pass, if you're traveling north on 11th and you cross over State, really that block now, there won't be traffic pulling out from any parking lots onto 11th. And so that should be a pretty open street, and, maybe even could be considered at some point in our wildest dreams as being pedestrian only.
Yeah. I noticed looking at your schematic too, that you leave 12th, the corner of 12th and State, which isn't part of, you've got a government building, new government facility that's big, the entire block between 11th and 12th, but you leave the 4 crossings and it's 4 lanes. It doesn't have so it sort of envisions what's there now, not what's going to potentially be expanded. Just wanted, tell me about how all this was shared with our engineers as you were developing this.
I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure of an answer to that. I have not shared, but somebody on our team could have that. I just
did our engineers come over, our folks come over and say, tell me about your vision for the street, what it's going to look like, how are people going to interact with the street?
No, and in fairness, this has been a pretty quiet campaign so far. We've been just in that really top fundraising mode. Our developer, which is led by DeChase Mixes, Dean Pape, is really the person that would probably be having those conversations.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Well, that answers.
Thanks, Commissioner.
So I appreciate it, David.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you again for the time.
So I'd like to invite our new VRT CEO, Elaine Clegg, up, because I wanted to ask you, Elaine, thank you for your letter that you provided us. But one question that I have, and Commissioner Hansen highlighted it a little bit, you mentioned the need for 2 travel lanes, but I think, my perspective is we obviously definitely want to support transit and making sure and ensuring that your service is maintained and, supported throughout the corridor, but also balancing other transportation modes as well. And so I was curious, what, if it's, if we couldn't keep 2 lanes in one direction, what other design elements are potentially a possibility that you have looked into or are on deck for other parts of the transit corridor across the county, such as like jump lanes or things like that? And would you be open to, if we did redesign a portion of this project, how would that partnership look for you?
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners, it's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me. We did feel like it was important to send a letter so that we could document what our concerns are. To be honest with you, if it is only a one-lane section in each direction with a center turn lane, it does make it more challenging for transit service. I could, if working with you on jump lanes where the stops are, those kinds of things, there's probably a potential for something. I would say this, I thought it was really interesting that the director of the Y noted the changes on 11th and that Commissioner Hansen noted them as well. And I guess one of my biggest concerns with the existing design is certainly love the idea of better serving pedestrians, and so the restricted left turns designed to do that serve pedestrians well in one way and not in the other. At 14th, for instance, you don't have a pedestrian crossing on the west side, which, it's 30 feet, but 30 feet is 30 feet, and a lot of pedestrians won't go out of their way to do that. So potentially creates actually some pedestrian challenges or conflicts that we would not foresee in the existing design. So I was heartened to hear that your staff noted that, there was a potential for a full light, full signal, and keeping all four legs open. I think those are the kinds of treatments that we'd probably be interested in seeing before going to a 3-lane section. I think it's particularly important maybe at 12th, especially if 11th is going to be so restricted. If you restrict a left turn at 12th, and if 11th becomes a festival street, there's no left turn movement all the way till 8th. So between 13th and 8th, there'd be no left turn movement. Now, much of that is already restricted by the high school design and the field and all of that, but a lot of people use those streets to get to the school, to get to the parking. So I guess in our view, what we added is we're not opposed to all of you looking at whatever redesign makes sense, as long as it does keep in mind the things that we need really to make this corridor work. I'll note that about a month ago, a bus was stopped by a Boise police officer because they were unable to stay in lane because the lanes are so narrow there, and actually got a ticket for a period of time. Our operators determined that if they couldn't safely operate on the corridor, they wouldn't serve the corridor. We've gotten that all straightened out now, but I don't think we want to be in a position where this primary corridor can't be served well. So just, whatever redesign process you go through, if you end up doing that, we'd want to be intimately involved to make sure that it would work. I guess I can foresee that you could do a lot of things with within the existing design footprint that might meet the needs that I've heard tonight in terms of both the left turns and the pedestrian safety. So I just would encourage that.
Thank you, Elaine. Any questions for Ms. Clegg?
Thank you.
Commissioner Hansen?
So, Elaine, I think one of our successes is Emerald. It's also a bus line. Tell me how it works.
I'm gonna...
Very robust bus line, and I know there's no parking in the places where there's bus stops. So it seems to work quite well, and we have the technology, so buses, if they need to add a little to the red light or the green light to make sure that they get through the intersection and into the through lane. But it's, I think that's a success story. In fact, I think we got an award for
Well, I don't know that we got an award for the transit service on it, but certainly for the redesign. I'm going to defer that to my capital projects manager, Joe, if you would. I'm new enough to the
Yeah.
details of the job that I don't think I can answer that adequately.
Emerald is operating fairly well. As far as I know, that's our routes 5 and 6 that go into the West Bench, and all the way up to Town Square Mall, which is our transfer station to the remaining routes that are intercounty. As far as Emerald goes, there's still some redevelopment going on in there that we're going to try and improve some of the benches, shelters, but the infrastructure that's there is adequate for what we're looking for at this point.
So the buses can go through. I'm saying that because it was 4 lanes and we took it to 3 lanes, and actually traffic flows better because there isn't this sort of, okay, which lane am I gonna get in to turn left, turn right? It's like, you got the through lane and the right turns, and then the left turners just get out of that lane. And then when you get to the bus stops, you don't have parking, so the buses can stop safely and presumably get right into the through lane without needing an entire second through lane in order to function. So that's why I was asking, does that line not function well as a result of the conversion?
So Emerald is one of our local routes, so it's not actually like a premium route like State Street, and the traffic volume on Emerald is significantly lower. I think when we met with your traffic people on 18th Street, which we're working to redevelop with your staff, it was about 24,000 vehicles a day. Emerald is probably 1,200, maybe a little more, but it's not apples to apples when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Our main thing is if there's 3 lanes with a center turn lane, especially with the parking, is that we maintain minimum standards for the transit lane and put in the letter to 12 foot, because if there's parking on one side, our buses are wide enough that we will impede parked or static traffic on the inside. And that's what we work with your staff on too.
Okay, great. One quick question for Elaine. So you and I have been around a long time. My perception is this will be the single largest housing development on State Street in the history of Boise, perhaps the Treasure Valley. Would you agree with that? Right on State Street, the single largest, most dense new development of housing right on State Street.
I think at this moment in time, yes. I think depending on what happens to the ITD property, no.
Oh, in ITD, I mean in the future, so, yeah, that property over on Whitewater, but we designed Whitewater in order to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
Thank you.
It's huge.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks, Elaine.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so Director, do we have, I know we're at time, but I want to make sure that the commission, is there any outstanding questions? We do have on our agenda to either accept or reject the bid award for this project. So I'm wondering, Steve, if there's what we can or cannot discuss. Sure, Elaine. Yeah,
It was in my notes and I forgot to do it. Sorry to interrupt, Elaine Clegg again. One thing you should know, we have been awarded a RAISE grant. We intend to do a lot of improvements to transit amenities and had intended to do those very soon on this section because of this project. It isn't a fatal flaw if it gets delayed some, but we will have to figure out how to reprogram that portion of the RAISE grant monies. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Madam President, Commissioner, Steve Price, General Counsel. This is a workshop. It's not identified as an action item. If you're going to have deliberations about this project, you would do it at the time that the agenda is before you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll just move into the President's report. So the big thing, we have 2 joint meetings that are scheduled. First with the City of Meridian, that is tomorrow at City Hall. So we're meeting them at 4. And then we also have a joint meeting with the City of Boise here at 9 a.m. on Wednesday. And if there's no questions, are there any general issues commissioners would like to bring up or schedule for a future discussion?
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney.
there is one issue that we do need to discuss, and I don't know when the most appropriate time would be, but I think the funding issues related to state funding and legislatures' recent and previous actions is something that I think is a matter of public interest that we ought to discuss at some point when it is appropriate.
Noted, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, are there any questions about today's agenda? If not, over to you, Director.
Madam President, Commissioners, thank you very much. Stacy, if you could bring up the presentation, please. While we're doing that, I would like to share with you one of the tremendous initiatives that your computer team has put together. In my hands is going to be the training tools that we're going to use to teach people how to do roundabouts. As we get closer to this, it's all virtual. We will ask the commission to come down and test this out and see how well you all do in navigating a virtual roundabout. But right now, the technology has proven to be incredibly great, and you'll see these out at our PIMS as we go forth in the future. Next slide, please. I wanted to share some insights with you all regarding members or teams that we have here at Ada County Highway District. The first one is with capital projects. I think it's very important to understand the funding line across the board. Your capital projects team is doing a great job. As you can see, we are on the curb moving forward through 23. I'd also ask you to take a look at the Safe Routes to School criteria that we've set forth, and you can see the percentages of contracts that are already signed and ready to go as we continue to develop the different programs and projects that you've approved going into 2023. Next slide, please. And I can have these for you later if you'd like to take a closer look at them. This, of course, shows our ADA progress to date. Bottom line, year to date, that's what we've spent. Those are the number of linear feet sidewalks we repaired, replaced, new pedestrian facilities we've put in. We will keep you posted as we go through the year on that. But this is a very important program to, again, make sure we are on target, and we are as of today. Next slide, please. I'd like to share, again, this is the PCI, Pavement Condition Index rating. As you can see, the indexes here in Ada County are continuing to be very, very good across the board with a lot of lane miles to look forward. And as you can see, a majority of the, mass majority of the lines are in the very good condition. We are continuing to work with our residential areas. We have 43 lane miles in that residential area that is below standards. And so we are working that in the upcoming chip sealing area in District 4, in Section 4. Next slide, please. Bike facilities. Here's where we stand as of today. We have, in miles alone, over 450 miles of bike lanes that we've established across the board. On the other side, you can see the breakout of what type of bike lanes they are and the dollars that we will be putting into them. I'll share with you in just a little bit.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Director, Commissioner Hanson has a question.
Yeah, thanks. That's great. I also saw that one of our residents did an analysis of the nation. We can incorporate that data analysis into ours, because just simply saying we got 100 miles of bike lanes that are great, but if some of them are substandard or they're disconnected, that's the most frustrating thing for taxpayers I represent, is that why are you building something that people aren't using because it's disconnected? So is there a way we can get an analysis of where we are in sort of bringing them up from substandard to safe? And since we now have LTS for cyclists, we can say this is how many miles of LTS 1, this is how many miles of LTS 2, this is how many miles of LTS 3. So that it's an analysis that really helps us get to, because if we're paying to maintain a whole bunch of LTS 3 and 4 bike lanes, taxpayers aren't getting their money's worth.
Madam President, Commissioner Hanson, great question. My answer is I don't know, but I will know and get back to you on that as we move forward. Next slide, please. Staffing. Commissioners, here's where we are compared back to FY12. As you can see, we're very aggressively bringing on new people again in FY23. This only paints part of the picture, though. Next slide, please. This is the breakup between internal and external hires. Internal, of course, promotions, cross-training, filling one of the initiatives that we put forth is multitasking.
Director, I don't want to interrupt you, but the rest of the key is not showing up, so it's hard to know which one's which. Is
Oh, I'm
red-
sorry.
red is
The red is external, the blue is internal.
Thank you.
Yes, and we try to get close to a 50-50 on those sort of things, because every time we do promote, and we love to do this, one of our internal candidates, it doesn't remove the opportunity for an open position. It just kind of shifts from one side to the other. So that's where we are. Your HR team's doing just a great job on working this, and we are attending every job fair that is being produced here in Olive County. Next slide, please. Training. This is where we are. As you know, we set an accident and excuse me, and injury quota, not to try to hit that quota, but to be underneath it by the end of the year. Those are the stats that we have right now, and we're doing incredibly well on retention. I want to thank the commissioners again for all that you support in making this happen. And as you can see, the key training standards that we are tracking are really well across all of ACHD. Next slide, please. Commuter ride. What a tremendous job. What a tremendous opportunity and benefit Commuter Ride gives to all of Ada County and outside of Ada County. We like to track the amount of CO2 and vehicle miles displaced per month. We do that, and those are the numbers year to date. So we are actually ahead of schedule to beat last year's numbers when it comes down to these important factors here in Ada County. Next slide, please. Maintenance. Commissioner Hanson, glad you brought it up. 5,321 lane miles that we worked through. The costs this last January were about a little over $10,000 per lane mile, again, based on snow operations and everything else we're doing. I broke out some of the specifics that Jennifer's team does tremendously well at, and that's sweeping, paving, grading, always important, number of potholes filled within 24 hours of notice, and the benefit that taxpayers get from us utilizing the sheriff's labor detail in helping us with all operations all through the years. And again, I'll point to our fleet in service rate. I've said this many times, I'll put this up against anybody across the board. That percentage rate is absolutely amazing for the complexity and the variety of equipment that the Ada County Highway District takes care of for all the taxpayers here. Next slide, please. Communications. As you know, Shandy's team is absolutely brilliant, doing a great job. I thought I'd share with you some of just last month's metrics when it comes down to how we are reaching out to the public here in Ada County. The website views are incredible, over 27,000 moving forward. The Facebook views are great now. The Nextdoor views, I mean, that's amazing to me. Over 280,000 Facebook views across the board. As you all know, we try very hard to respond to all of our customers very timely. So our return on telesis being 98% within a 1 week response rate is absolutely phenomenal, and such in operations. Now, public involvement, those are the campaigns that we do across the board. That's the number of people that have actually engaged on all of the campaigns just in January. So again, I think this is a huge success story, and we will do our best to continue along that path. Next, please. DTS. You can't beat the in-service signal rate, and as we shared with you earlier, one of the innovations that Ryan Head did with his team is establish that rapid implementation project team, which takes away projects out of the major plans and projects in group and gets them done quicker. They are smaller projects such as Laytot and Alpine, curb ramp replacement, University and Brady, the accessibility APS upgrades. I have a list of 14 of these, which I can share with you, but that's just in the last 2 weeks that this program has been in effect and what our tremendous team is doing. Now, as you know, we focused hard for the last couple of years on our program called Let's Get There Safely. What I've handed out to you is a white paper, and you will get a formal presentation on this in the upcoming weeks, but I wanted to share with you just some of the things that your traffic teams are doing to improve safety in school areas. There's a lot of information there, a lot of things we've already done, a lot of things we're looking at moving forward. But it'll provide you a good background for that presentation that Ryan and his group will give you as to where we are and some of the initiatives that we are looking forward to incorporate into the Ada County. Next slide, please. And then accounting and finance, this is always the, oh my God, why are we talking about this sort of thing? The tremendous news, a lot of our team members are now participating in the 401k match. Thank you again, commissioners, for letting us do that. It's been very, very successful. Unfortunately, inflation is still where it's at. Inflation for food and beverages continues to remain high. Gas prices are going up 12% opposed from last fall. And as you can see, a lot of the things that we use, from emulsified asphalt to ready-mix concrete, continue to go up. However, construction materials, which is interesting, is now down and such. And the housing inventory and those for sale are also down, as are prices and such. So we'll keep you posted on that, because all those things, although a national issue, impact us on a day-to-day basis on how we manage the taxpayer dollars that you authorize us to expend and such. So with that, I think that's about it. Isn't that correct, Stacy? Yep, it is. So commissioners, that's my metrics report. You have 7 minutes to enjoy before you get into the rest of your program.
Thanks, Director.
Yeah.
And we will resume at 6. Thank you. everyone. It is now 6 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting to order. Please join us in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. The first order of business is to adopt the agenda. I will entertain a motion.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next order of business is to adopt the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and are action items unless otherwise noted. The consent agenda is enacted by one motion. There is no separate discussion on items on the consent agenda. If a commissioner or citizen would like, they may request any item be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. And if there aren't any requests, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. All right, moving on to the regular agenda. All regular agenda items are commission action items unless noted. The first order of business is the bid award for the 2020 Downtown Boise Implementation Plan, Phase 2 request for approval. Ms. Diane Bevins.
Thank you. Madam President, Commissioners, for the record, Diane Bevins, Manager of Capital Projects. And I will wait just a moment for Ken to pull up the PowerPoint. It's the top one on that list. There. Thank you. Okay, so we're here for the State Street as the decision briefing for the bid award. Here, this is a vicinity map of the construction area. Here are the bid results as outlined in the memo in the agenda. And staff recommendation is to accept the bid and award the contract to La Riviere Inc. And I will stand for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Diane. Commissioners.
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney.
Diane, can I ask a few questions about the kind of the timing of this whole project preparation to get where we are now? And I don't know if you necessarily have all these dates and so on at the tip of your fingers, but I imagine somebody here does. When was the concept design approved on this project?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, 2013 was the original concept of the entire downtown Boise implementation plan concept that was approved and adopted by the commission and multiple other agencies.
Okay, and so the number of lanes and the extent of those lane configurations, that was all decided back then, is that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, I would say most of that was decided back then, but I think some of like the discussions with the high crash numbers at 13th, for example, would have come out through the design.
Okay.
This segment in particular.
So the original concept design approval was in 2013. Then during the design process, additional refinements and adjustments were made, but in any case, so was the final design itself brought to the commission for approval, or was it simply the concept was approved? Is the normal course of these projects, we approve the concept, the design is done by our design department, and then it goes out to bids, or does it typically come back to the commission in between there?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, it depends on the project, if it comes back to the commission or not, but typically no. There's a lot of other things the commission approves that go into a project, like concepts or the master street map, integrated 5-year work plan. And then we also do public involvement. So we do provide a memo to the commission and our advisory groups every month on the projects that are out for public involvement, and we invite
any questions, or at that time, to come and present to the commission if the commission so chooses, at the time where we are open for public involvement in the design process.
Okay, and so this project had, I believe, several different public involvement stages, is that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, this particular segment of this project, we had an outreach, one public involvement outreach about a year ago, which is typical in our design process from construction, the time between when we would do public involvement and the time we would go out to construction.
Okay, so the concept was approved, the design was done, and then we went to public involvement, and then any redesigns based on that were put into place. And at that time, so about a year ago then with this public involvement, at that point, did the public involvement information come back to the commission for us to consider? Did we talk about it then? I don't remember specifically, that's why I'm asking.
President, Commissioner McKinney, no, we were not asked to bring that back.
Okay. Now, during the course of design, then, of course, traffic volumes, accident history, and those sorts of things are all taken into consideration, are they not?
Yes.
And likewise, the retention or replacement of landscaping and existing sidewalks versus new sidewalks, new curb and gutter, and so on. Generally speaking, all of that is taken into consideration during the design process.
Yes.
And then in this project in particular, for the most part, the intent was to retain, first of all, we do retain all the existing right-of-way, or at least everything that is being proposed is within the existing right-of-way. Curbs are moved in some places, but for the most part, the project retains the same curb-to-curb width, does it not?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, it varies along the corridor. I mean, I know there is at least one location where we are increasing the crossing distance at an intersection by
Right.
10 feet. So there is a change in the curb width there, but it is.
The majority of the project is curb-to-curb width is staying the same through most of it. Is that an accurate statement? Based on our review of it,
Correct.
it appears
That
that's
is
the
correct.
case. Okay.
The majority.
All right. I think those are all the questions that I have. I do have some comments and such, but I'll reserve those for when we are discussing it a little more.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goldthorpe.
I have no questions.
Oh.
Let me know when you're ready for a motion.
Okay. Diane, do you mind highlighting the timing of, if this bid is awarded, when would construction begin and the whole timing of that construction and when would it be finalized?
So, Madam President, if it's awarded today, our plan was to start construction in April, and the construction timeline goes through September of 2024.
Thanks, Diane. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay. Well, if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. I don't think this isn't a public hearing. That's for the next one. So, again, Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Yes. I'd make a motion, award the bid, downtown Boise Station Plan Phase.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney.
let me add, point out a few things that we need to consider very carefully when in making this decision, because I know there was some hesitance a couple of weeks ago. Basically, in reviewing this, I can't think of one good reason why we shouldn't do it, but I can think of a whole lot of good reasons why we would be foolish not to award the bid in this case. I mean, I'll start with kind of not in any particular order, first of all, if we put out a project like this now the second time for bid and pull it back, ACHD's name will be mud among contractors. We will really affect our ability to get contractors to bid on our projects in the future. At least this will have a negative effect, but there's a whole lot more than that. The questions and concerns that have been raised relate to the concept of the design. And frankly, the concept, no major flaws in the concept have been pointed out, and the concept was approved a long time ago. To go back and try to reimagine the whole thing now would be a foolish waste of resources that have already been spent in putting it together. It would cost a tremendous amount of money. It would be a waste of millions of dollars that have already been spent on designing what it is, plus concerns about, for example, this new YMCA project. As a general rule, it would be unwise for us to try to make changes in a project that's ready to go now and that's been thought through and designed and ready to go in anticipation or in speculation of future conditions and things that are still at this point somewhat uncertain, because development is always that way. There are always uncertainties about what's going to happen and when and exactly what it's going to look like in the future. So it would not be wise for us to delay on that reason. Likewise, we have an additional issue that we need to consider, and that is this. The state legislature is right now considering legislation that would take control of all the streets surrounding the Capitol building. And that's an issue that I know is of concern to the ACHD administration and so on. If they take that step, our opportunity to do this project pretty much goes away, because they will take control out of our hands and we won't be able to do anything. This is a project that's been in the works for a long time. All the design considerations that have been and concerns that have been raised by Commissioner Hanson and others, these are the types of things that have already been considered by professional traffic engineers, highway designers, and so forth. And for us here as non-experts in these things to quibble with the design decisions that have been made over many, many years is unwise. We don't have the expertise to second guess all of the decisions that have been made, and some of the little things that have been identified that are concerns, there is an opportunity to make a few adjustments that can fix those things. In sum, I think it would be very unwise for us not to award this bid. I can't think of a single good reason to wait, and I can think of an awful lot to move forward. This project needs to be done, and we should approve the award of this bid.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Commissioner Gold?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I understand that there are concerns with timing and, not moving forward with this and the impact that has in general. There are some concerns also with this design that we just discussed in the work session that I think we kind of agree on, and maybe staff can speak to what kinds of things are negotiable within the bid and what kinds of things would be change orders at specific intersections. For me, I think widening to 5 lanes when we know that there's going to be a lot of different users in the area, and putting in refuge islands, and I think those are concerning. And so, seeing those intersections in particular signalized is something that I think we should discuss.
So are you saying that you think we should withdraw the project? We should not award the bid? Is that what you're saying?
I think that there are options to move forward. I think you expressed previously concern about issuing change orders, and so if the commission has concerns that, you know, that are gonna require that, then
Well-
that seems like the appropriate direction.
On that issue, okay,
Commissioner McKinney.
change orders are expensive. But pulling this project out and not awarding the bid is like an order of magnitude more expensive and problematic for this agency. So if it's a question of one or the other, we should award the project. And if there are, small issues that we can deal with afterward, deal with that and look at that and consider whether that's a sort of thing that's worth doing. But I don't believe in any case that we ought to pull this from the low bidder. I think we should award the project and move forward and deal with other things as they are, because doing otherwise, I think, is colossal foolishness.
Commissioner Goldthorpe, did you have something?
Yes.
Oh, your
Madam
mic.
President.
Your mic.
Madam President and the commission, if I'm remembering right, and my memory's not so bad that I can't remember 30 minutes ago, I think, Diane had mentioned that the cost of signalization would be within the bid that we're being asked to let. Is that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, it would be a change from a pedestrian signal to a full signal, and there is a cost to that. But we can accommodate that, I believe, through a change order in the current bid that we have.
Within the current bid that we have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gold, did you have additional comments to make?
I think Commissioner Hanson does.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, so first, I think this is really unfair to our engineering staff. The responsibility lies entirely with the commission. This was initially developed as part of a massive concept 10 years ago as downtown Boise implementation plan, a maintenance concept. So if we're gonna be repaving downtown streets, what should the redesigns be? And the biggie that everybody talked about, I went to all the public, gatherings, and they talked about the conversion to two-way, some of the things that have now been implemented. 13th Street was the most controversial. But we talked about, I don't remember ever talking about State Street. It was down the road, so the focus wasn't there. But we had an opportunity, because once that stuff was done and we were later in the game, I asked, let's have a commission discussion of this. And the commission chose not to have a discussion before we let the bid last year. And then we had another opportunity when we rejected the bid because it came in so enormously high. And there was this concept, maybe we should split it, but I asked, let's have a discussion at the commission level, similar to what we had in the work session here, similar to what we had a couple weeks ago. We did not have that discussion. The choice was, nope, we're not gonna discuss it. Meanwhile, over the last 10 years, we will have the largest housing development in downtown Boise, perhaps concentrated on this site. And it's not just student apartments. We're talking about people with disabilities and senior housing, a population that will be crossing the street. And the design of the street, I really appreciated, they're focused on the street. The street is where people will be. And there's amenities crossing. There's been lots of crossing back and forth. So it was very unfair that we didn't say, let's stop this right here, go back to the scoping process. Let this be scoped like we did on Collister. Great scoping process. People went door to door, our staffs went door to door, our planning staffs, but we left it with the engineers and said, no, we're gonna stick with this design. Should have said, no, let's go back and scope, because things have changed in 10 years, and frankly, we didn't talk about this. We do things better now than we did 10 years ago. The kind of work that was done to develop the Kootenai plan, and those of you who want to go look at Kootenai, that was a product of a lot of public engagement, a lot of door-to-door work, a lot of one-on-one and discussion, and a lot of then commission discussions and hearings. And we got down to the details. the scoping, then the design, and now finally, it seems like forever, but finally the construction starting. So I know we can do better, but we're using this old model of taking this maintenance project, sending it over to the engineers and saying we had enough public input. This is huge. The other is that it's really, really important not to just look at data of fender benders and say we have to widen an intersection because we have all these fender benders, when the real concern has to be about human life. What's the risk to human life? There's this story about an arterial that goes through Springfield, Massachusetts. 5-lane arterial, move traffic out of the downtown as fast as possible at the peak hour. But it's wide and easy to drive fast on the rest of the time. And a woman and her children were killed. And it's a story about how that assumption about people who might make choices in the rush of a downtown where there's just a lot of people walking around, that we can anticipate, and that, well, sorry, we didn't the movement of traffic in and out of downtown at that point was the top priority. I think this can be, we can put this on hold. We're talking about $15 million plus, and with change orders, that's probably going to be more. So what I heard was, yes, we can do it with change orders. Change orders cost more, but that's fine. $15 million is a huge amount of money, and I'm not ready to spend the taxpayers' money. I may not be an engineering expert, but I am an expert, I think, on fighting for what's good for the taxpayer and spending money that you get a return on. And I'm an expert, perhaps, on my own human life, and that's what I'm asked to do, a mile wide and an inch deep. So it's no reflection at all on the difficult spot that this commission put our engineers in. But it is a responsibility for us now, before we do this, sign off and say, let's let this bid and start the process. We know what's going to happen. We already know what's going to happen. It'll be built, and then part of it will be replaced with the new buildings. We know bus stops will be moved. There's various things that we've done. So in other words, the taxpayers through ACHD will pay for this, and then taxpayers through another agency will pay, or through private developers, or a combination of both, will pay to make those changes. It's very similar concerns I had when we redesigned the Collister State Street intersection. We're still not ready for what those changes are going to be, and the taxpayers are going to pay for those changes. I think we can do this right. I think we can get down to the details in a way that we did on other corridors and correct what I think, and this is my perception, what I think was an inopportune, not addressing this last year. The reason why it's in front of us this year is the commission chose not to address it last year. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So I would like to say that I think if we award the bid and going through change orders, I think that would get us closer to what I would be comfortable in terms of safety improvements that's in line with what this commission wants to see, but I don't think it goes far enough. And I honestly think too that there's flexibility if we reject the bid, that potentially as a next step we could rebid a portion of the project, and while we work through maybe a new design or an additional design of the 16th through potentially like 8th Street intersection. And my big thing is I really don't feel comfortable with the idea of saying, yes, let's widen to 5 lanes. Yes, let's maintain 4 lanes in certain sections, when we know that we actually have a history of pedestrian deaths. We have history of near misses. We have examples of why this width doesn't work. And also we know on Front and Myrtle, where there are 5-lane arterials, we have tons of issues and conflicts with all users, and we would essentially be building that same type of treatment on the other side of downtown. And then also I think with, Commissioner McKinney, you're alluding to, these developments aren't necessarily happening, and, you know, yada, yada, but this project, if actually built, should last for 75 years, for a long time. So regardless of that development happening in 5 or 10 years doesn't really matter, because there's going to be development. There's going to be more housing. There's going to be more activity. And if we know better, we should do better. And I think previously, 10 years ago, even 2 years ago, most of us weren't even on this commission. And I think it serves us well to build off of the lessons and the insights and what the community wants us to reevaluate. And it doesn't serve us well to rubber stamp what a previous commission and an antiquated plan might have said, because nothing has been able to predict where we're at right now, even within the last 5 years. So I'm also uncomfortable. I think I feel like your motion, Commissioner Goldthorpe, is good, but I think I wouldn't support it.
Can I say one last?
Yes.
The term "we" has been used a lot, and the community has been used a lot. The community officially supports this. I'm sorry, but you know, how many times do we need to ask for VRT or for the city of Boise or Ada County or anyone else to send us a letter telling us that they want something, and then just not believe them? To my way of understanding the term we hasn't even been an issue here yet. It's been I for just a couple of people. We've talked today about the changes that could be made between 8th and 16th Street to accommodate what I understood anyway, the concerns of some of this commission were, and to do it within the bid that's been let. I don't understand really what you just said as far as the reasons for not accepting this bid, because everything we've heard today, pretty much everything we've heard today is in contrary to that. That's all I have to say. And yeah, I'll support my motion.
Okay.
Madam President.
Commissioner McKinney.
There are so many concerns that have been suggested that I don't think amount to very much. The concern about a 5-lane section, we've already got a 5-lane section. Its length is being lengthened by about a block or so. That's all that's changing. The pedestrian facilities are being improved. Other things are being improved. The quibbling with some of the details is a foolish thing to do at this stage in a project. This commission pulled a project a year or two ago, pulled a project after it was ready to go, and that was a big mistake. It ended up in nothing but higher costs, and in the end, the result was not dramatically better, but the results for on the project, but the results for ACHD were far worse in a lot of ways. If we reject this project now, we will be wasting millions and millions of taxpayer dollars for no real reason. Because the fact is, this design that's here is pretty much as good as it's going to get in this right-of-way corridor, unless we're going to spend tens of millions of more doing things that really will amount to almost nothing. We've got a project here that's well designed. No project is ever going to be perfect, but we've got a good design here, and if we don't move forward with this, several things will happen. We will hinder our future ability to get projects built. We will waste millions of taxpayer dollars for no real benefit, and we will put ourselves squarely in the crosshairs of the state legislature, who will look at this kind of mismanagement, which is what it really would be, mismanagement of our resources and our affairs, and will likely take significant steps that will hinder this district's ability moving forward. Not the least of which would be taking control of all the streets around the Capitol building, taking control of that away from the district, and not allowing us to work with that in conjunction with everything else the way we currently do. It just boggles my mind that we would even consider not going forward with this. I can't understand it. It is beyond my comprehension why we would not move forward, because the downsides to not moving forward are huge and the upsides are non-existent. And the discussing traffic accidents and injuries and specific stories from Massachusetts, who knows whether it's relevant in any respect. We can't base our decision-making on emotion, and stories of tragic accidents tug at our heartstrings and push us to make decisions based on emotion. And that is foolish in every instance. Nobody wants traffic accidents and injuries. No one wants auto pedestrian accidents and injuries. But the only way to get rid of them completely is to stop all vehicular traffic of all kind everywhere. That's the only way to get to zero. That's not going to happen. That is also colossally foolish. We've got to deal with what we've got and take advantage of the opportunities we have and the resources we've got to use them wisely, to do the best we can to make things work well. This represents a good example of that, not based on speculation, but based on the way things are now. And the idea that this project is not properly designed to last for 75 years, I think that's just wrong. Again, quibbling about the details of the design at this point, I mean, it's like closing the barn door after the horse is out. The project has been designed, let's go forward with it. To do otherwise, I think is just, it's malfeasance on our part.
Okay. Well, it's been moved and seconded. There's been a discussion. Commissioner Gold, did you have something? Or no? Okay. All right, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay?
No.
No. Okay. Is there, so I guess, is there a motion to reject the bid?
That's what we just did.
Is that effectively what it is, or do we have to have a separate motion?
No, that's what we just did.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Price is coming. I think we do need to have an open.
Madam President, Commissioner Steve Price, General Counsel, staff would prefer that you also implicitly you've rejected it, but make a clear motion that you're rejecting the bid.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I would make a motion that we reject the bid and that staff be directed to come back with the concerns addressed by the commission for a rebid.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
I would make a substitute motion.
Commissioner Goldthorpe?
That substitute motion would be that if we're going to reject the bid, we just reject it and not indicate anything else.
Madam
A
President.
second. Is there a second?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Gold?
I think it is appropriate to direct staff to, at this time, rebid a portion of this and then move forward with the other portion, working with our partners.
So Commissioner Gold, would you think, I think staff would be able, or, yeah.
We have a
Steve,
substitute motion on the
I
floor.
don't think we got a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Like Commissioner Goldthorpe? Commissioner Gold?
Mr. Price is over there. I thought he had something to say about the motion.
No?
Not.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure our procedure is correct here. When a substitute motion is made, ordinarily the original motion maker is asked to accept the substitute or not.
No.
You now debate the substitute motion. I'd happy to debate the substitute motion.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson?
Well, it doesn't make sense that we've held these, finally held these work sessions and had this discussion about changes that should be made. As you saw, there are a lot of really good components that can be incorporated. Last year, there was an opportunity potentially to actually split this out. We have a huge unknown as to whether we actually will have control over 2 blocks of this street in the next couple months. So I think it's appropriate that staff do explore based upon the input and come back with designs. It sounds like the real focus of concern, certainly the focus of my concerns, are between 10th Street and through 14th Street. I don't think a case was made to move it to shift the 5-lane shift, but how would that be designed? And to come back with a redesign. And with the new information that we have, the information VRT has provided, with the information that the Y and others have provided, and then we can have a full discussion before we go out and bid it of a different design, the kind of discussion we should have had before we sent this out. So there's tons of information that have now finally come of concerns with the design. And so I think that's the direction I hope staff will take. And I would say, I'm going to vote no on the substitute motion and yes on the original motion.
Madam President?
Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Yes, I would remind that during the work session, we had every single one of those issues addressed within the bid that we just rejected.
Okay, there's been a substitute motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Nay. Okay, back to the original motion to reject the bid. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the second order of business is the Franklin to Union Bikeway concept. This is a public hearing, so I'm gonna go ahead and open that. And first off, we're gonna have a staff report by Mr. Justin Lucas. Welcome, Justin.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Justin Lucas. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning and Projects here at the Highway District. I do want to note before I start my presentation, I just want to kind of give a shout out to Brooke Green, who was the project manager on this project. As you know, she's basically on leave right now from the Highway District for various different reasons, all of which are good. Is she here?
She's graced our presence.
You know what? I didn't even notice her come in. Wonderful that she's here. But remember, not here tonight as a ACHD staff member that can provide testimony based on the situation. So it's a good situation. I don't mean to imply anything negative. It's all positive. It's all positive. I also want to highlight Nick Foster. He's in attendance also. Nick was our primary consultant on this, our lead. He works for Kittleson and Associates, who's a nationally recognized planning and engineering firm who works with bike and pedestrian issues and transportation issues in general across the nation. And I want to recognize Nick and all his hard work on this, along with our project team, which incorporated membership from the city of Boise, CCDC. A lot of good participation has gone to this. And finally, just to thank the participants in the process. It's been a good process. There's been a lot of different opportunities for involvement from the public, from the commission, and I just want to highlight all of the good work and all of the input that we've received throughout the process. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump in to my presentation. We are here tonight as staff with a recommendation for adoption of this final report for the 8th Street concept study from Franklin to Union. And the recommendation that we are making is that the commission adopt Concept A modified, which is what we kind of came up with through the final process and public outreach. This concept basically includes raised and protected bike lanes in both directions on 8th Street between Franklin and Union. It does remove the one northbound automotive travel lane. It does remove parking on one side to accommodate these new bicycle facilities. It also includes dedicated pedestrian space and channelized crossings for one block that I'll go into in a little bit more specifics as I go through my presentation. But that is the team recommendation. So just to step back, and I'll work through these slides as carefully as I can. Please stop me as usual if you have any questions. I do want to highlight the planning area. You can see originally when this project went out to concept, the planning area was all combined into one project. Although last year the commission gave CCDC the green light to go ahead and move forward on that section in red, and they are in design on that right now, and they're designing basically concept A modified for that section. The section in blue is what we're here to talk about tonight. This is primarily, well, it is ACHD's jurisdiction, and it does obviously interact and look and contemplate facilities on 8th and 9th Street as part of our final public involvement that we went through. So going back kind of all the way to the beginning of why we're even here and what we're talking about, as part of many historic planning efforts, there has been a desire to provide connections between the North End, the neighborhood of the North End, through downtown Boise all the way to the Greenbelt. There are various connections, as you know, that have been under development, including 11th Street. 8th Street historically has been highlighted as one of those connections, and there's other connections, vehicle connections primarily. This would be primarily kind of indicated as a bicycle connection. And the way that all comes is through previous planning efforts. We have back in 2009, this was identified in ACHD's original bikeway master plan. 2013, we discussed this a little bit tonight, the Downtown Boise Implementation Plan contemplated bike facilities on 8th Street. This was all reaffirmed in 2016 with the North Boise Bike and Ped Plan, which also contemplated bike facilities on 8th Street. And then the 2018 Roadways to Bikeways update also contemplated bike facilities on 8th Street. And part of that is because 8th Street over the years has received a lot of investment related to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, including bridges, contraflow bike lanes in various locations, other bike facilities, including crossings with bike push buttons. You can see improvements that occurred through downtown. Blocks now, there's actually blocks within downtown that have no vehicular traffic. They're dedicated to bicyclists and pedestrians. And then most recently, continued improvements have moved north, adjacent to the Capitol, with contraflow bike facilities, a realignment of the parking next to the Capitol and other blocks in that area. So there's been a lot of movement over the years in this corridor. Which takes us to this concept and the development that we've gone through. Basically, we began in earnest back in January, over a year ago, with some initial public outreach and surveys, looking at the corridor, following up in April with additional outreach, talking about preferred alternatives. We had a third public outreach in May. At this point, too, there was different commission interaction. We received further direction to look at other alternatives, to modify some alternatives based on direction from the public, further public input and feedback. Came back to the commission, worked with you through the summer, and then kind of went back out this winter with additional alternatives. We added the 9th Street alternatives kind of near this last public outreach, and went back to the public with kind of the final push towards making a final determination. Throughout this whole process, there's been a lot of different feedback we've received from the public, from the commission, including the importance of the tree canopy, trying to provide a safe bike route for all users. There have been concerns about contraflow lanes that have been raised through this process. Certainly always concerns about bike and pedestrian conflicts and how we manage those kind of interaction areas. Parking loss, obviously, is a concern in the downtown area. And then drop-off zones and interaction with students and schools along the corridor. There's been a lot of discussion related to all of these themes. So I did want to step back just to kind of provide context as we go through this hearing tonight. The three original concepts that we went out with, A, B, and C, you can see before you, were taken out to the public, as I said, about a year ago. Went through a process of public involvement and discussed these different options. You can see concept A, which is still kind of alive as part of the concept discussion, with raised and separated bike facilities in each direction on 8th Street. Concept B and C, you see, had one of the bike facilities, the northbound facility, in lane on 8th Street. So a little bit of a different, no protection for the northbound cyclists. They would be in a kind of standard bike lane within the roadway. So this is what we looked at. A lot of different things. I'm not going to go through all of this, but that was the original idea. We did go out to that initial public outreach. Now this is, as I say, about a year ago. Had a lot of meetings with property owners and interested parties along the corridor. We did meet with St. John's, St. Joseph's School, St. John's Cathedral, St. Michael's, the co-op. This was back when CCDC and us were kind of working together through the public outreach. The corridor was a little bit longer. We had 2 virtual open houses, surveys, presentations to our advisory committees, and in the end, after all this, Concept A came out with the most support, but there were concerns raised about the concept and some of the challenges that we saw. So what we did after that, after working with the commission, taking feedback, we created some different concepts that have gone out most recently, and I'll walk through those. This is what we're calling Concept A Modified. This is the block that is in front, adjacent to St. Joseph's and St. John's Cathedral, where we came up with a concept that attempted to address some of the concerns that were raised about interaction with students, the drop-off zone, the contraflow lane, and how all that would work. We also, this is a plan view of that. You can see there's the channelized crossings, the kind of double sidewalk where if you're in a parked car and you get out, you'll be stepping out onto a sidewalk and then crossing the bike facility. There was a lot of different things we looked at there. We also, as I mentioned, started looking at concepts on 9th Street. You can see there was concept D, which had basically a southbound protected bike facility on the east side of 9th Street. Concept E, southbound protected bike facility on the west side of 9th Street. And that's kind of how those concepts played out. This idea of including 9th Street required us to look back at 8th Street and using kind of it as a couplet idea where you have bicycle traffic on 8th Street headed northbound in this section, bicycle traffic on 9th Street headed southbound. You can see for D and E, the concepts on 8th Street remained the same because it was that couplet idea with the bike facility on the east side. So these were all the different things we looked at. I did want to throw out there, and this has been one of those things that's come up a lot, which is parking impacts. D, E, and modified concept A, you can see the different impacts. Modified concept A having a couple spaces more than D and E. Now, I do want to clarify the location of those impacts is significantly different, with 8th Street being most impacted with parking in modified concept A, 9th Street being impacted with parking on concept D and E, with also some on 8th Street. So, as I stated, this last winter went back out to the public discussing those alternatives I just went through. You can highlight the virtual open houses, the surveys, a lot of visitors to the website, 358 survey respondents. We did have stakeholder meetings with some different stakeholders along the corridor to discuss those modifications and new concepts that we came up with. A lot of good feedback there. And we ended up with some results. I'll show you those here. And this is what kind of how these results play out. So we asked people, you know, how do you interact with 8th Street? Now, I want to make it clear, people could identify in multiple categories. So you could say, I'm a North End resident, and I have a child that attends school on 8th Street. And on this graph, you would show up in both places. So just to be clear, if you add these all up, it's not going to equal 358 because you have people in different categories, but there were overall 358 total participants. So you can kind of see how it broke out there from those who participated. Same thing on this graph. People can show up in different categories. So let's say you're a North End resident and a school parent, and you prefer concept E, you would potentially show up in both of those categories here. I did want to highlight, amongst all respondents, concept E did have the most support, but then it was mixed amongst the different, how you broke down the different categories for those who chose to participate in the survey. So I'll get on to the project team considerations and finally our recommendation. The team carefully considered all the public feedback, went through the survey results, looked at all the different issues and concerns that were brought up through the process. And commissioners, there was a lot of trade-offs on this project, as with projects. Sometimes there's trade-offs, and this is one of those where there are. But the project team ultimately looked at continuity along the corridor and aligning with those existing facilities south of State Street. We thought that was really important from a technical team perspective. We also looked at the reduction of out-of-direction travel and the need to shift over to different facilities. We looked at that very carefully. We did look at the type of facility that could be provided and the uniformity of that type of facility, and really providing that separation between the different user groups, and thought that was something important. And we, as staff, looked at all the previous plans and previous direction provided by different bodies and came up with the recommendation of Concept A modified as the staff and technical team recommendation. That concept is about $1.7 million based on the current cost estimate, and to be honest, if you look at the different costs between them, it's pretty similar. It's just a matter of where the impacts are. The facilities are pretty similar. It's just a matter of where you're located, those facilities. So with that, commissioners, I did want to highlight staff's recommendation for this evening. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have. As I said, Nick is here to support me if necessary for any questions that I may not be able to answer. But that's my presentation. I'll certainly stand for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Commissioner McKinney?
Yes, Madam President. Justin, could we go back to slide 18? I think it's 18. Yeah, this one, the bar graph. So this is the use of 8th Street. So it looks like the biggest use, now, are we talking about, is this talking about all use of the street, or is this talking about use by, bicyclists and pedestrians, or is this all uses?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, the question we asked was, what is the respondent's relationship to 8th Street? And so I think you could consider this all users, however they interact with 8th Street. I don't think this question was specifically broken down by mode, although the project was a bicycle-specific project in which we're asking this question.
Okay, so it looks like, though, okay, we've got the top bar is about access to the foothills and recreation. The second one is school children, and so is the third. And then you have 8th Street business or property owners, North End residents, which would suggest that North End residents, probably that's talking about a lot of people who use 8th Street to get downtown for work or for other reasons, 8th Street residents. So it kind of looks like, for the most part, the public involvement participants, for the most part, it doesn't appear that we're looking at those who are using 8th Street for commuting purposes and would definitely, well, okay, I'm just trying to understand what this says about the traffic on the street, and maybe the answer is it doesn't really truly tell us. Okay, I just wanted to kind of get a better idea of that. So that's not really answering, I guess, the question that I had, because what I'm trying to think is, if we look out around the county at the usage of our bike facilities, a lot of them, their primary use is just for recreation. And we build them, we spend a lot of money building them, But in fact, instead of, being used for commuting or used for other types of trips, they're primarily used for recreation. And that's what I'm trying to get an idea whether that applies here and to what extent. It looks like this bar graph doesn't really tell us that, but it's certainly a consideration that we ought to keep in mind when it comes to bikeway projects and their effectiveness in alleviating traffic congestion and other things would relate to that. And the question about the cost versus the benefit would come into play there as well. So in any case, I'm just sort of thinking out loud on this, but thank you for that information.
Justin, do you mind going into explaining just which pieces were modified from concept A, right? Because I think that needs to be really clear that, we had concept A and then we went back out to the public, received really good feedback from concerned parties, and we adjusted accordingly. And so can you speak to what specific things are enhanced in this modified concept as a result of those communications?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the commission, the major modifications proposed as part of this concept take place between Hayes and Fort. And as you can see, the original concept A, as presented here through the public involvement process and to the commission, had the bike facilities. This is the concept right there on top, had the bike facilities in both directions with the parking on the east side and the travel lane there. And you can see that's kind of what it was. And it was kind of uniform between all the different blocks that's part of this project. So what we did through the feedback and through discussions and looking at all the different things was after kind of multiple iterations, this is where we landed with this modification, which you can see the parking now is on the west side in this block, allowing for different users and specifically student pickup and drop off in this parking area. So we also added and widened this, what you see there labeled next to the parking as a sidewalk. That initial space was less substantial and couldn't have been considered a sidewalk. It was more just so you could open a door. I think it was 2 or 3 feet. But through that feedback and some of the concerns about bike and ped conflicts, we widened that out. So let's say you pull up to that parking spot and open your door and you get out, you won't be stepping into a bike facility. You would be stepping into this sidewalk space, and then there would be an actual vertical protection between the bike facility and that sidewalk. A fence of some type, we haven't finalized all of that, but there will be a vertical barrier. So you won't even be able to cross that bike facility anywhere you want on that block. And I think it shows better in this graphic. There's actually going to be kind of channelized crossings, and you can see it. You can see it on the screen here on the north side. It almost looks like a crosswalk over the bike facility, and that's how that is designed. And so you'd have the sidewalk, some type of vertical barrier between the sidewalk and the bike facility, these channelized crossings that give everyone the opportunity to expect who's going to be where, and it gives the cyclist kind of clarity on who's going to be crossing and where, and the people crossing, the students and others who may cross there, a chance to kind of choose their spot and then cross, knowing that there's a bike facility there. So those are some pretty significant modifications that we made to concept A, specifically on this block, and some other modifications in a few other areas to accommodate parking for people with disabilities and other things like that. So we worked through all those things and ended up there. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner, on where we landed on this.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Justin, just want to dig into, based upon lots of public feedback, we went back. This is such a great process, going back and forth on concepts, because before we pour the concrete, we'll want to get it right. Quite a lot of people told us, you really do need to incorporate 9th Street, figure out 9th, because right now it's basically a couplet that it's no longer a couplet, because, and especially since CCDC's shifted 8th Street, is not, 9th is just 9th. it sort of funnels people down from the north end driving. But a lot of cyclists also do. And I would encourage Commissioner McKinney and to join me downtown and look at some of the bike racks that are just jam-packed with all the workers downtown coming from all over. So a lot of commuters do use 9th Street. So, which is why we went back and asked for concept E, and that tended to be a popular one. So, first, why was E balanced out, and what is the risk that now what we'll do is we'll have people coming down 9th anyway and cutting over, and then also people coming down 8th. We're actually going to be encouraged. They'll be using both anyway. So why not make the 9th facility safer?
Madam President, Commissioner Hanson, I think I can answer it this way. You know, within the scope of this project, as a project team, we looked at all the different options, and we focused on making a recommendation of, you know, for 8th Street based on those items that I've already discussed during the presentation. I don't think anything we do here necessarily specifically precludes a future project on 9th Street if that's the desire of the commission. Certainly there's impacts to parking and all those other things that we've discussed. But to meet the project purpose and to kind of coalesce around a single alternative for this process, staff landed on the 8th Street concept modified A. The commission has broad discretion through this process. Staff is just making a recommendation as per the report. I think there's a lot of different trade-offs and things the commission can consider, and we would not present an alternative that we felt was not viable. And those are the alternatives before you, ultimately, for your decision.
Any other questions? Okay, with that,
Madam President, I'm sorry. I did have one additional question that I forgot to ask. Justin, and I think this is the place in any case to air this issue. I have heard a rumor, and I don't know if it's true, and that's why I want to ask it here in a public hearing so we can, you know, put it to bed one way or another. I have heard a rumor that there have been threats or at least comments about possible litigation by property owners along this route related to the concept that's being proposed here. Are those rumors true, or is there any truth to that? And what would be, you know, what can be said on that? Maybe our general counsel needs to weigh in on that. I just want to make sure, you know, that we at least have some knowledge of what, if anything, might be accurate in that area.
Well, Steve's ready to weigh in. I can just provide my comment, and I'm sure Steve can provide additional comments. I'm not aware of any active litigation or threats of litigation against the district related to this concept study. I do know that during one of the previous public meetings on this project, there was some discussion related to that, and I'll let Steve address that.
Okay.
Madam President, Commissioner Steve Price, General Counsel, Justin's memory is very good. There was an issue raised potentially that under state statute regarding religious freedom, essentially, but that statute doesn't apply, and your legal department doesn't have any concerns about litigation resulting from this approval of this project.
Okay. Great, thank you.
thank you, Steve. So with that, we're going to turn it over to public comments. Stacy.
Yes, usually we allow our visiting city of Boise. So we have council member Holly Woodings and Halliburton. Either one would like to come up and address? Oh. I don't.
Hello, Council Member Pro Tem Jimmy Halliburton. Council President, Commissioners, great to see you tonight.
Address for the record, please.
Oh, yeah, 3025 North Crane Creek Road. Thank you very much. First of all, you know, thank you for looking into this as diligently as you have. I know that one of my council partner, Holly Woodings, is going to commend your staff as well. And I want to make sure that we do that. I've always admired the way that ACHD engages with the public and gets public feedback on a project. I do want to go back just a little bit further in time on this particular project because it started a long time ago. I remember prior to when I was elected, it was at least 5 or 7 years ago, we were extending 8th Street all the way to State Street, bicycle facilities on there. And we had hoped that one day we would actually get to cross over State Street and maybe get to Franklin. And that was our hope and our dream. And we thought maybe we could get a little bit further than that, but we thought that that might be too big of a challenge to get that far. And when I was elected, I was so excited to hear that ACHD, CCDC, and the city of Boise had begun working on actually extending that further. And the reason why this was so important is that on the Mayor's Bicycle Advisory Committee, the previous mayor, we had identified this route as this is the route that people are going. They're going naturally, even without infrastructure there. This is the volunteer path or the desire path that we see in so many different areas where people are riding the wrong way on a sidewalk because this is the most natural way for them to get from their neighborhood to downtown Boise and the Greenbelt. So we know that people are already using this area anyway without the infrastructure. And these are sometimes people who are have no other options to ride, who are maybe choosing to ride, but they're probably not doing it with their kids. They're probably not doing it with people that aren't comfortable riding. And so this type of infrastructure and Concept A modified is really the kind of infrastructure that we believe as a city that is going to get more people riding bicycles, more people from that 8 to 80 range. One of the things I think that's important to know is that we've got projects that we are approving in downtown Boise that's going to increase the number of people living in the downtown area by thousands of people. These people are going to be accessing the foothills, they're going to be accessing Camel's Back Park, they're going to be accessing the Boise Co-op. We have hundreds and hundreds of more people in developments coming into the North End area, right there on the corner of 8th Street, that are also going to be accessing the downtown area. And we're giving parking reductions to a lot of these areas to encourage density so that more people will walk and bike to the places that they need to go. And so we know that we have to have infrastructure in these areas to support that kind of development that's going down. And so again, I want to commend your staff for engaging with the public in such a meaningful way, because in my opinion, in the city's opinion, the public process has worked here. What we've seen is a really great proposal brought in front of the commission almost a year ago. We've seen all sorts of public engagement make that proposal better and better and better until we've seen what it is today. And now we've got something that incorporates all those things. Safe pedestrian crossings, that extra sidewalk right there to make sure that people are out of the door zone as people get out of their cars and before they cross, that there's going to be a fence there and a safe space to be in. So this project has gotten better with the way that you've engaged with the public, and it's now in a really, really great space to move forward so that the city can accomplish all of its goals and you can accomplish your goals as well. So I'm just here to lend my support for Concept A modified. And again, commend your staff and thank all the public that's engaged along the way, because there is a better plan than what was presented to you a year ago. And I think a plan that's really going to make a difference. I'm going to hand it over to our council president, Holly Woodings.
For the record, Holly Woodings, Boise City Council President, 1148 Santa Maria Drive, Boise 3712. Thank you so much for having me here again with you. I stood in front of you about a year ago at that original meeting where I told you that this is the neighborhood where I grew up. These are bicycle facilities that I would have loved to have had as a kid, as a college student, living in the North End, going to Boise State, and as a young professional living in the North End and working downtown. I think this process has really worked well, and I wanted to emphasize the work of ACHD staff, CCDC staff, and City of Boise staff in really taking in all of those comments that we heard a year ago about concerns for student safety, concerns at pickup and drop off, and really making those into a better project that takes all of those things into account, keeps students safe, make sure that we have facilities that work for everyone who's using them, and that work for the neighborhood that's been working on this project for so very long. And I think it's time. This project is ready to go. it's taken in everyone's feedback, and I just look forward to your deliberation tonight, and I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Just a quick question.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Yes, and when you spoke before, and we had said, well, you know, we were getting huge amount of input from the neighborhood saying, since they've always been viewed as a couplet, 9th and 8th and 9th, why aren't you looking at this as a couplet? 8th is no longer functioning really as to funnel people north. People are taking all the other streets north as well as 8th. But 9th still functions as a funnel south, sort of as a collector. As a result, even neighbors way up almost to the park are you know, aware that people, this is the way you go out. When you come home, you don't. And so we got this input about people, actually cyclists coming, they'll use 9th because you can take the lane. But they're the employees who are just brave, you know, they get in the lane and, you know, they look out for themselves. And so my concern is, I think it was raised was, okay, so we'll still have that for them, but then the other folks who are a little more wary have to go over to 8th Street, but they got to cut over on Union or somewhere else, wherever they're meeting it. And so that, has the city taken a look at E and said, this is why, and made an argument, okay, this is why E is going to work and E isn't going to work, and use this as I just sort of I'm trying to figure out, because that's what we're doing here. We got a lot of public input, and as you saw, A and E got about the same. So where was the city in analyzing E? Because that came in late in the evaluation process, in the concept development process.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And in the original process, we did, as a council, review all of the alternatives, and we recommended alternative A. That was our preferred alternative. We didn't review the full slate of options as a council this time. We just reviewed those as council leadership and our transportation team, and still preferred A as modified for that. And I think that, you know, having both been that stalwart, brave cyclist who takes 9th Street sometimes, and also a little bit more trepidation cyclist, as a child cyclist using 8th Street, I think that there's room here for, you know, potentially both. I think that you could still put in a bike lane on 9th Street to serve some of those folks who are just going to take it no matter what. But this 8th Street really creates that pedestrian continuity, the cyclist continuity between the North End and downtown, the Greenbelt, and then beyond. Did you have an answer to that?
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, something to add there, and I agree with everything that Council President Wooding said, but to speak specifically to your point there, Jim, we don't have any infrastructure, Commissioner Hanson, I apologize. We don't have any infrastructure on 9th Street at this point, but we do have infrastructure on 8th. And so I think that before we would actually look at 9th Street to talk about where the infrastructure is going to go, what your staff has done a really great job is incorporating a great way for people going down 9th to turn onto Union and to get on that 8th Street connector in a place where we know that we already have infrastructure. But we should be evaluating in the future if there's additional infrastructure going further down 9th Street. But typically what people are doing are they're going down 9th Street and they're taking a left on either Jefferson or taking a left on Bannock and getting over to 8th Street. We're simply getting an opportunity for them to do that a little bit earlier. But in the future, as there's more development, we should certainly be exploring what a lane on 9th Street could connect to. But at this point, there really isn't anything to connect to. And there's a great bike lane on 8th Street for us to connect all the way to the Greenbelt.
So I guess, Jimmy, my question is, because you're describing people who are going north, you know, they come from Jefferson or wherever, and then they'll go on 8th and start heading north. But I'm describing in the input we've gotten, which is why we came up with concept E midway through the process, was people heading south don't necessarily get on 8th, they get on 9th and go south where it's a neighborhood street, and then it gets busier, and now they've got to figure out a way to cut over. So what we're doing is saying, okay, we're going to try and get you over, and it's counterintuitive. Drivers get to keep going south, but we want you to go against the traffic on 8th and continue on down that side of the street. So that's where I think the issue was. And so we did get a lot of input on why making 9th much safer, which was concept E. You know, move the parking and you'd put in these protections, much like you would do on the contraflow lane. So that's why I was getting at what was your evaluation, or whether it was mostly the evaluation of the original ABC.
Commissioner President Pickering and Commissioner Hanson, I actually was talking about heading south. So if people are heading south on 9th Street, what we're hoping is that they'll make that transition over to 8th Street earlier, where there is that dedicated infrastructure that's going to go all the way to the green belt from Union Street. And that we focus on making any additional changes on 9th Street once there's a better plan for additional infrastructure, more than just, you know, a block or two down the road.
Thank you both. Stacy.
Next, we have the NINA president. He's representing the whole North End as the association. He will have 10 minutes.
Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Eric Hagan. I live at 809 North 18th Street in the North End. I'm the North End Neighborhood Association president. Good evening, Madam Commissioner and fellow commissioners. Not only am I the North End Neighborhood Association president, I'm also the planning and zoning chair. I also have an office on 8th Street in Bannock, and I overlook 8th Street and the one-way traffic and the bike lanes on a daily basis. I also commute to work using 8th and 9th Street. Sorry, I commute to work on 9th and I commute home on 8th Street. In all varying ways, pedestrian, on bike, in a car. My children come down to my office sometimes and visit me, and they're on 8th Street as well. Oftentimes we do go off and take Bannock or Jefferson or Franklin. I'd like to thank the city council members for coming here and giving their voice of support for this project. I'd also like to thank the ACHD staff, Brooke Green and Justin Lucas in particular, for all the hard work they've done making sure to include the neighbors, the businesses, the commuters, the bicyclists, pedestrians, the schools, and the overall community who stand to gain or be impacted by the 8th Street Bikeway. Regardless of what a few loud voices might shout out online, the North End in general appreciates ACHD's continued improvements in our neighborhood, such as alley paving, the traffic calming measures, the bulb outs, and the Sharrow installations reminding drivers that the roads are not just for cars. We're always welcoming of any explorations, discussions, and considerations for anything that will calm traffic in the North End and make our streets safer for pedestrians and cyclists and other wheeled devices, especially the smallest ones, our children. Exploring, extending such bicycle and pedestrian-friendly facilities up North 8th towards the Fort Union and Boise Co-op is another such example of a project the North End welcomes considering and being an involved community member with. Many of the North End, NINA, and downtown workers and foothill bicyclists have attended past presentations as well as the online survey regarding the 8th Street Bikeway, not just the ACHD one, but the CCDC one as well. Looking at the hard data, the NINA board, as representatives of all the North End, have come to the conclusion regarding the survey data that shows there's more interest in 9th Street than 8th Street. After ACHD's last hearing on the matter, where it would appear that the North 9th Street concept A, with dual bike lanes on opposing sides, including a potentially unsafe contraflow lane, was the preferred option. I spent some time meeting and talking to various individuals as they all came to me after that last hearing, wanting to have some more neighborhood input. So I met with some neighbors. I met with the managerial staff of the co-op. I met with St. Joe's parents. From these discussions, it seems that there appears to be no ideal solution for the short section of proposed bikeway between Franklin and Union. While the survey data appears to point to the majority of the respondents preferring the North 9th Concepts D&E, including the St. Joe's parents I met with, the co-op's limited delivery locations on 9th and Union preclude any concept impacting their ability to use the east side of North 9th. The fact that it would end at Franklin instead of continuing south downtown brings the option even into more shade. Further, as noted a couple times, avid, proficient, confident bike commuters will prefer to ride in the auto lane, will go south on 9th and north on 8th, regardless of any installation. Families and children prefer a continuous separated bike lane with minimal changes in direction, like Concept A. So as you can see, getting the input from all the different parts of the neighborhood, and they all have different takes on things. So while the NENA board doesn't have a definitive solution, we have the following questions and comments. Is this short distance of dedicated and separated bikeway worth the expense when there are other facilities in the immediate vicinity, such as the 11th Street bikeway that's currently under construction through downtown and has been completed to the high school? There was discussion of all the additional housing that's going in downtown. Most of that housing has been in place already along between Myrtle and Front, east of 5th and 6th. The rest of the new housing that's coming up or is being proposed is west of 11th, which kind of separates 8th and 9th out of both of those uses. There's been a global pandemic since the original bikeway plans were set in motion. I saw something today from the city of Boise where they were discussing having 8th Street be a two-way street. That makes sense when you want to have bike lanes going two different directions. Since the pandemic, 8th Street's been totally changed. When I go out to lunch there, or when I leave work, especially in fair weather days, it is packed with people. Like I said, I ride my bike. My bike is one of the bikes that's parked in those racks, vying for space. You can't ride on 8th Street during those times, unless you want to hit a pedestrian. If you do ride, you're going pedestrian speed. The bike lane that's painted there doesn't get used, at least not by bicyclists. It gets used by pedestrians. With the survey results pointing to the majority of the respondents in favor of a 9th Street option, why not explore that one a bit more before settling on an 8th Street concept? Or perhaps, if concept A is selected to move forward, dedicate some resources to continue to explore all options, including 9th. I think that would work well in the sense of an approval with conditions. If option A is the one that moves forward, I think it should be added in there that the 9th Street options or the ability to add facilities on 9th Street be considered. For full consideration, extensive and proactive solutions around the co-op and the intersections of Union, 8th and 9th need to be fully explored and evaluated. Just standing at the intersections of 8th and Union and 9th and Union and watching traffic and alternative transportation users, monowheels, trailer bikers, people on rollerblades, just as I was there meeting with the staff of the co-op and the parents at St. Joe's, we saw a lady traveling north on 9th Street, contrary flow to the direction of traffic. And we saw a gentleman fly through the intersection at Union at 8th, heading southbound on a monobike or a monowheel. Trying to navigate those streets in both directions, it's clear that the simple street section diagrams do not tell the story of how those intersection transitions would be designed. What I'd like to see is a plan like what the staff has produced around St. Joe's and St. John's. An actual plan showing how are those transitions going to happen. I imagine riding south on 9th, which I have done, you get to the intersection of 9th and Union, and all of a sudden you're forced with cars having to navigate around a bike lane, if there is a bike lane there. Same idea on 8th Street. It seems that to be fully evaluated, the plans where those transitions happen, which are at intersections, which are where most accidents happen, should be considered. I myself have been hit using a contraflow bike lane because an auto driver pulled out and didn't look up the road, only down to look for cars. I've also almost run into a pedestrian that didn't look up the road. This was on the 8th Street contraflow bike lane as I was approaching Panic. Most people aren't looking up the road for pedestrians or for bikes coming down. They're looking for cars because those are the danger vehicles. Continuing the bike lanes north of Fort seems to be more problematic than effective. Yes, the one-ways continue up to Union, but this would push co-op employees to park further into the neighborhood, not to mention the already confusing and complexity of these odd intersections. I'd like to propose considering stopping the bikeway at 4th Street. As you know, there are many variables and voices out there affecting this conversation. We appreciate ACHD's continued support in more and better bicycle and pedestrian facilities throughout the North End, and we will continue to work with you on it. We would just like to see more consideration of the survey results and tangible parts for the transition areas. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam President, can I just ask a quick question? I'm sorry. So to summarize, to put your opinion into one sentence, could you just summarize for us your opinion about whether we should approve modified concept A or not?
Well, my opinion is a little bit different than the North End neighborhood in general. I will try to summarize that, taking the whole North End into consideration. Improved bike facilities are looked at favorably. We encourage that. We would just like to see some more consideration to the contraflow lane and to the 9th Street options.
So you would not be in favor of us approving modified concept A?
We would be in favor of modified concept A if it include a condition that 9th Street will be evaluated for consideration as well.
Okay.
Does that answer that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hagan.
All right, so we're gonna go through the list in order of a sign up and 3 minutes. We have Anna Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Brown. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name's Anna Brown. I live at 445 East Braemere in Boise. And I testified at the past 2 ACHD meetings. So thank you again for your time and this collaborative effort. It is really special that we're able to do that. So thank you. I am a nurse at the VA hospital. I have 2 boys that go to school at St. Joe's. I went to St. Joe's kindergarten through 8th grade, lived in the North End on 18th Street, biked all over my whole childhood, and I'm a parishioner at St. John's. So if I'm not at home, I'm often down there in that area, whether it's school or work for me. I was really hopeful that concepts D or E were going to be pursued. And just especially because I thought a bike lane would be great, but I think it would be better suited on 9th Street because of the safety concerns that we have in front of the church and the school. So I was disappointed that we are back to concept A. The same concerns that I have are the contraflow bike lane on 8th Street. I think it's going to be unsafe still in front of the church and the school. Even though the sidewalk is there, which I appreciate that they have listened to some of our concerns with the potential conflicts with doors and pedestrians walking across that, I think it's still going to be problematic because kids are not going to go to the corner on the sidewalk and cross the street. I don't know if that's the intent of that sidewalk that is buffering the contraflow bike lane and the parking. I'm not sure if the intent is to not have them cross the bike lane because they still will be doing that, particularly the kids.
Let me just, there is several points of crossing that will funnel them through the bike lane. It wouldn't just be on that corner.
Okay, in the middle of the block?
Yes, there were some key segments that staff
Okay, because that was one of my questions there. And also just how elderly and disabled would be able to navigate that narrower sidewalk that's in between the bike lane. But I can pretty much guarantee that 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds are gonna, there's gonna be times or many times that they're gonna be walking across that bike lane instead of exactly what's designed for the use of it. I also have concerns about decreasing to 1 lane of traffic on 8th Street. The intersections of 9th at Fort and Hayes and at 8th and Fort and at 8th and Fort and Hayes, they already are really backed up now, especially at peak times when kids are getting out of school or going to school. Oftentimes it's hard to get through those intersections because you can't turn left or right because pedestrians are there, and so it gets very backed up in that area. The food bank is also open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I believe it is, from 1 to 3. So that's additional parking that's going to be removed for access to the food bank. And we're often trying to parallel park there too. So, same concerns about reducing the parking in the lane of traffic, but if we could look at 9th Street, we could still meet maybe everybody's needs.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Randy McCormick.
Hi, good evening. My name is Randy McCormick and homeowner 2004 North 10th Street. Thank you, commissioners, for continuing to evaluate the best options for a bikeway and providing a forum for differing opinions to be shared and reflected upon. I come to you this evening as a principal and a homeowner in the North End. If you will, two hats. My most important one, of course, is a principal. 400 students each morning show up, 5 to 14 years old, and I'm in charge of them from 7:30 to 3:30. And the option A is not safe for 400 students each morning. The contraflow bike lane places the young students and cyclists in conflict. Students will have to exit their vehicle and cross the bike lane to gain access to the school. As parents and educators, we teach our children the ABCs, the 3 R's, and left, right, left when they're crossing a street. This contraflow is contra common sense to our students. Our students will now have to cross 3 lanes of traffic, a northbound bike lane, a northbound car lane, and then look the opposite direction to cross a southbound bike lane. So one more time, a northbound bike lane, a northbound car lane, and then an opposite direction southbound bike lane. A contra bike lane is not safe in front of a school or a church. Putting on my homeowner's hat, and it's been mentioned by the commissioner, 9th Street is a funnel, and I walk that street each day or bike it, and that's the street I take. Going over to 8th is just not common sense. You wouldn't do that as a bicyclist. I think a fantastic and exemplary effort has been to make 11th Street through Fairway that my wife and I enjoy biking to get to the foothills or to the river. As mentioned earlier, 8th Street, the plans have changed over the few years. As a bicyclist, you just wouldn't use 8th because you would get off your bike and walk your bike in certain areas in that restaurant section downtown. It's just a dangerous area as a bicyclist. So thank you for, once again, taking time to listen, and if I can answer any questions.
Yeah, Mr. McCormick, I actually have a question. So, when you talk about this is unsafe for your students, I'm just really curious as to what exactly is unsafe, because we're reducing one travel lane, right? And so they're only having to look for one travel lane of cars, which that plus even with the contraflow bike lane is inherently more safe than having to travel across 2 lanes of traffic for little kids. And so I'm just wondering, what's the trade-off in your mind as to how this is more unsafe potentially, or is it the same, or how would you kind of weigh those options?
That's a great question. The majority of our parents use drop-off on 8th Street every morning. So the student exits the car and immediately is on a sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
And that, in my eyes, guarantees safety. And that is first and foremost in my eyes, is making sure our students are getting out in the morning and they're safe. It's without much sense to open the door and walk out, say goodbye to mom and dad, and head off to school without this thought of, I need to stop, and I'm not looking left first, I'm looking right for a possible bicyclist to hit me.
So it's mostly about just the folks that are dropping off kids, not the folks that live there and would be crossing the street.
Once again, a great point. I think I would answer, I put my homeowner hat on. it's just something, as a North Ender, you just wouldn't go down 8th Street. It's just not a useful transition area. So I couldn't say for a homeowner directly, you know, who's across the street in that sense.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time.
Next, we have Clancy Anderson, and we have a slideshow for him.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson. Can you state your name
Hi there.
and address for the record, please?
Clancy Anderson, 4611 North Shirley Avenue, Boise, Idaho, 83703. President Pickering and Commissioners. Playing on the screen are pictures of bike riders on 8th Street. These were captured over 2 or 3 days last August. One day I counted 20 bike riders in 20 minutes, going in all different directions. There's also one picture that shows 7 people riding 8th Street, including a family of 3, and they ended up having 5 different destinations along that route. And I also, last fall, counted bikes for TVCA. And I don't have the actual numbers in front of me, but I remember that about 25% of people riding 8th Street were riding in the wrong direction. And so this street is being used how it's being proposed tonight already, just not doing it probably the safest way. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have previously testified in support of the project myself. Tonight I am here on behalf of also the Treasure Valley Cycling Alliance, as I'm a board member there. I'm here to ask that you approve staff recommendations. Staff has done a great job in listening to the neighbors, stakeholders, and other community members via outreach meetings and previous commission meetings. They have taken this input and created a plan that will create a direct route into downtown and beyond from the north end. Through this extended process, they have created a plan that will minimize the conflicts between users of this neighborhood. ACHD should also be commended for listening to the neighborhood. Your outreach shows that North End residents prefer option A, modified, over option D or E. These are the people who are there 7 days a week, riding their bike to work, walking to school, or riding bikes downtown for dinner on the weekend. This project will also honor previous plans, like the North End Bike Ped Plan and the Roadways to Bikeways update, calling for this connection. It will also nicely match the CCDC project that you previously approved that starts between State and Franklin. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and also thank you for continuing to bring a greater focus on safe spaces for those walking and biking in Ada County.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Next, we have Tamara Tate.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam President and Commissioners. My name is Tamara Tate. I live at 1613 North 6th Street. I live very close to this proposed project. I am a biker. I do bike to work, not every day, but I do often go downtown. I use this 8th Street as a way to come back from downtown. I'm also a mother of 2 little girls. They're 4 and 7. I'm also a St. Joe's parent. My daughters are bikers. My 4-year-old does not bike downtown currently, but we're really close to that. My 7-year-old can. And so we typically bike down on 6th and we return on 8th. And I also work in public safety. I've worked on cases where a bicyclist has been hit by a vehicle numerous times, sometimes adults, sometimes children. So I absolutely understand the need to create safe bikeways. And as a biker that lives in the North End, I would appreciate that. My review of the proposed modified A is that it is unsafe for children, particularly near St. Joseph's School and the church. Quite frankly, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with 8th Street. I love it the way it is. I would wish that it not be changed. I have biked downtown in the contraflow lanes by restaurants. I personally have hit a pedestrian on my bike doing so because it is busy. And I think it is just it's just counterintuitive to bike against what traffic would be. In my review, the staff report is frustrating. I think it holds popularity and a design aesthetic
over that value of safety. I didn't see much mention about safety. I saw that there was fencing on one side of the sidewalk. As a parent of a 7-year-old, I can tell you that fencing or a green path as opposed to a sidewalk won't make a difference to my child. As a parent, it's going to create hypervigilance in the mornings and during pickup, which I can do. That's my job as a parent. I am just nervous that the one time I let my guard down, that's when my child's going to get smacked by a biker. And so it's frustrating that this decision could be made, and there's really nothing I can do to hold you accountable for making a decision that puts my children at risk. Next year, my youngest will be a St. Joe's kindergartner. She cannot get out of the car without my help. So at pickup or drop off, I will be helping them get in car seats and get out of car seats. I will be focused on that and not walking into that bike lane and getting struck. So those are my concerns. I appreciate you hearing from me today. Thank you.
Next, we have Sherry Lecton.
President, my name is Sherry Lecton, and I reside at 601 Sandstone Court in Boise. As parents, we are all concerned for the safety of our children, especially when traveling to and from school and work. The 8th Street corridor is frequently used by students attending both St. Joe's and Boise High, as well as those with jobs downtown. My husband also commutes by bike down 8th Street to the Federal Way multi-use path. Many of these students choose to walk or bike to their destinations to avoid the cost and hassle of driving and parking, living just off 8th Street where it turns into Sunset Peak Road. My family uses 8th Street daily as car drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. Both of my sons attended Boise High and walked and biked exclusively to school. My oldest son has worked at the dinner shift at Fork on 8th for the past 2 summers and bikes up and down 8th to and from work, making the return trip in the dark. St. Joe's parents and administration are already concerned for the safety of their students navigating across 2 lanes of car traffic. Therefore, they have crossing guards stationed at the school at pickup and drop-off. The Concept A proposal for separated bike lanes on 8th is a well-designed option that enhances safety and comfort for all users of this heavily trafficked corridor. It provides additional safety for pedestrians by providing a safe lane for bike traffic, removing cyclists from the sidewalk. This modification would allow more students to bike to school safely, reducing traffic and parking congestion. Additionally, providing lanes for cyclists allows drivers more awareness of where to expect and look for cyclists. Drivers are already required to look both ways for contraflow traffic, as both cyclists and pedestrians may legally travel on the sidewalks in any direction. Pedestrians and cyclists already successfully share many multi-use paths such as the Greenbelt, the Grove Plaza, and Federal Way. Cyclists pose much less risk to pedestrians crossing as cyclists travel at much lower speeds on a much smaller, lighter, more maneuverable vehicle and are not enclosed within a car, so they're far less separated from their surroundings. Car and pedestrian injuries and fatalities are increasing in our area. Cycling pedestrian accidents are far less common and severe. Personally, I have never hit a cyclist because I drive at an appropriate speed and am paying attention. Additionally, cyclists must also follow the rules of the road and yield to pedestrians, the same as we expect cars to do. Not all drivers do it, not all bikers do it, but it is the expectation, and removing those expectations is not the answer. This mode of travel by bike poses no additional threat to the students than the existing car traffic. Thank you for this improvement that will benefit all modes of transport in our neighborhood, and to the Commission for doing such an excellent job of outreach. And I'd also like to point out that the church owns a significant amount of very valuable tax-exempt property in that area, and there are several options available to them if they were to choose to move their pickup and drop-off out of the public right-of-way and onto their own property, reducing the risk to their children and the convenience to other users. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nina Pinar. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nina Pinar. I live at 1516 North 21st Street in the North End. First, I'd like to thank the Commission and staff for this great project, taking comments into consideration and making modifications to the proposed concept as needed. I'm a cyclist, commuter, every day. I often ride 8th Street on my way home from work, from the Dust District back to the North End. And I often see people riding in the wrong direction already. So I really do think that Concept A, modified Concept A, would be a great addition to the section between Franklin to Union, making it safer. I really think that safety is a shared experience by all users, whether you're commuting by bike, walking, dropping your kid off at school, attending church, or just passing through. And I think everyone wants to feel safe. Everyone wants to have access to the infrastructure that makes them feel safe. And I think that this proposal does that. Northbound lanes, southbound lanes, wide sidewalks. Reducing car access to one lane slows traffic down, makes the street safer. Retaining on-street parking on one side also fulfills a level of accessibility that some car users might need. I personally am not concerned about a contraflow bike lane. We already have one between Bannock and Jefferson. I have never seen any conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists personally. And personally, I think it's also up to users to alert pedestrians to your cyclists coming. Furthermore, studies have also shown that contraflow bike lanes do not put cyclists at more risk. Lastly, I'd also like to say that design and behaviors, seeing more infrastructure like this, makes streets safer. It changes the way people drive in certain areas. It slows traffic down. It allows people to walk to places. It allows people to cycle to places. Ultimately, it makes it safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. And we need to keep designing and implementing safe infrastructure to build a safe city. So to summarize, I'm in support of this project. I think it's great, and thank you so much for your time and effort.
Next, we have Molly Garner.
Hello, Madam Commissioner and fellow commissioners. My name is Molly Garner. I live at 4479 East Logger Drive. Let's see, I commute by bicycle every day to work through 8th Street, headed north on my way there using the Sharrow lane. And on my way back home, I'm using the contraflow lane. I'm here to voice my support for modified Concept A. I appreciate the ACHD's work toward bringing the community together, making it so all the different types of users on 8th Street, including residents, workers, students, churchgoers, and recreationalists, have a traffic flow that is truly people-centered and is accommodating to everyone. A raised bike lane that is separated from vehicular traffic certainly makes users feel very safe. Commissioner Hanson, to address your concerns about the 9th Street, I would certainly encourage the commission going forward to make 9th Street better, to make all streets in Boise better. But as a brave cyclist, as a confident cyclist, I stay away from 9th Street. When I first started working right off of 8th Street, I was very careful to find a bikeway that felt the most safe, and 9th Street was included in that experimentation. It's scary. For 2 blocks, it's scary. I use the contraflow lane on 8th Street now because that's been built. It feels very safe. To address some of the other concerns that have been brought up, as cyclists and as pedestrians, when we're traveling, we communicate intuitively. We're making eye contact with other people. Children know on the playground, they don't how to maneuver around other children. They don't step on toes. They don't knock into each other too terribly much. And when cyclists and pedestrians are traveling anywhere between 3 miles an hour, say if you're a pedestrian, or 7 to 12 miles an hour as a cyclist, we're communicating. Cyclists yield to pedestrians. We don't want to hit kids. If I, on the green belt, can avoid off-leash dogs and toddlers, I certainly can avoid a 5-year-old. I certainly can avoid a 14-year-old. We look out for our own safety, but certainly the safety of our community. And again, I would encourage you to adopt Modified Concept A as what appears to be a really beautiful gateway to the downtown area and then to the beautiful foothills. So thank you.
Next, we have Greg Haight.
Good evening, Madam President, Commissioners. Greg Haight, 822 West Ranch Road in the Lower Highlands. About 22 years ago, I was struck by a car while riding my bicycle. My head and my left leg took the worst of it, and had I not been wearing a helmet, I would certainly have been killed. I think about that collision quite a bit, as I would have missed my kids growing up, certainly, but it also made me realize how vulnerable we cyclists and pedestrians are when cars are in the mix. Also, that I need to do everything within my power to keep those and those around me safe, including pedestrians and other cyclists. As much as I can do, as much as the police could potentially do to get dangerous drivers off the road, I think it's ACHD that is really the unsung hero in pedestrian and bike safety. Why? Because it's well-designed and well-managed infrastructure that plays the most crucial role in access for all of us. Which is why the 8th Street project is so vital, bridging the North End with downtown's most vibrant areas and beyond. It will be a huge asset to many and will protect cyclists by creating separation. Lower motor vehicle speeds will enhance safety for all users, including child and adult pedestrians and motorists. But going beyond that, I think it creates something even more than this. It moves us closer to what I'm going to call transportation equity. Because right now, I think we have an inequity. And let me explain what I mean. As I bike around downtown, I do see women on bikes, but mostly I see bikers that look like me, males that have a comparatively high tolerance for risk. I've heard others touch on this evening. And after 40 years of riding in urban areas and listening to the concerns of others, I've come to an understanding that women tend to be less tolerant of risk than men. You could probably argue that they're smarter than men too. Some could argue that. But really, they're certainly more hesitant to have their children bike on any of our streets that they perceive to be unsafe. Everyone deserves to feel safe on our streets. When we see more women biking on our streets and others who don't bike because they don't feel safe, then we'll be able to say that we're really making progress. This project will help us get there. Thank you for your time this evening and for your consideration, and I urge you to approve this project.
Next, we have Martha Chalfant, and she also has a presentation. Martha, there is a clicker on there that.
Okay. It's pulled up. Like the comment about women being smarter. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Madam President, Commissioners. I'm Martha Chalfant, 3950 North Hackberry Way in Boise. This is my third time before you. I have been following this issue closely since last spring when I first filled out the survey and then testified in front of you in April. I am a parent to St. Joseph's, two St. Joseph students. I have a preschooler at Immaculata Catholic Montessori. I'm also the food bank volunteer who does all the diapers I take them from the Idaho Diaper Bank and repackage them at the St. John's Food Bank.
I attended St. Joseph's. I care deeply about this community. I was also raised in Boise, so I stand before you as a concerned citizen. First, I want to remind you of our goals about safety for all users. I still don't think that the modified concept A is the best solution for all users that puts safety at the forefront. I do want to acknowledge the great work of staff. Justin spoke with me a couple weeks ago. I've had conversations with Brooke. I really, really appreciate the time staff has taken to get this right. That is huge. And thank you for retaining the drop-off lane for our children and maintaining access for elderly disabled parishioners at St. John's. I spoke with you last at the May 25th commission meeting. Shortly thereafter, my grandmother passed away at the age of 100, and her funeral was held at St. John's. My 9-year-old daughter got to do a reading. My grandmother had all of her great-grandchildren gathered. I guarantee you some of them might not have looked left for a cyclist in that contraflow lane, but because of the way the church is configured and hopefully will be maintained, we were able to park the hearse in front, carry her casket down after her funeral. So thank you for maintaining that lane in the modified A. That is really critical for all users. The contraflow lane poses safety risks to all. It puts cyclists, a cyclist said this to me yesterday, it puts cyclists where motorists do not expect them to be. In the downtown Boise implementation plan, it talks about providing bike lanes in the same direction as vehicles is preferred. Furthermore, I was here in front of you at the April 27th, 2022 meeting. There were several cyclists at that meeting who testified that they did not feel comfortable riding in the contraflow lane. So we sent this back, and I still stand in front of you saying, I don't think a contraflow lane is appropriate in front of a church and a busy school. Furthermore, there are some very busy intersections. I want to be mindful of time. Commissioner or President Pickering, I wanted to address your point. This is a picture of 8th Street at Hayes. Principal McCormick explained our process. Some parents have to park in that lot and cross because their kid can't hop out of the car quickly. Their kid needs to be walked on the playground, big hug, or wait till the teacher comes out. This is the street where right now they cross 2 lanes of traffic. They will now cross a northbound bike lane, a northbound car lane, and then look the opposite direction to cross the contraflow lane. That is not the safest solution. In conclusion, I think you should defer a decision on the southbound bike lane. I think there's support for options D and E. I think cyclists use 6th. I won't go over time because you've heard from me before, but thank you for your time, and I stand for questions.
Thank you.
We have John Benson. Okay, you'll tell me how to say it.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is John Benson. I live at 717 North Pond Street on the bench. I want to thank you for engaging with the public so thoroughly on this process. Every person here came here because they're concerned about the same thing, about building a city where each and every citizen is able to move freely and safely to their destination. I can empathize with the parents and parishioners concerned about collisions and with drivers concerned about congestion. I am a teacher, I am a driver myself, I have those same concerns. But as a bicyclist, I fear that these fears of potential impacts overshadow the very real and imminent threats that are happening to us bicyclists every day due to the built environment. We had 4 pedestrians killed in the Treasure Valley this past month by automobiles. Ghost bikes litter the sidewalks of our arterials, and few of us here do not know the pain of losing someone to traffic violence in our lifetimes. This is not normal. My 2-mile bike ride down Orchard to testify here tonight should not be an adrenaline-inducing experience. I don't want to feel the need to hop in a bike or hop in an automobile to go get some organic paleo water at the co-op. I want to be able to travel freely throughout this city. This project is a step in the right direction. It represents a vital link between downtown, the North End, and the Greenbelt. It would encourage even more cyclists to reduce their car dependency. Research shows that pedestrian and bicycle collisions are exceedingly rare, especially when the modes of traffic are separated, as is the case in this project. And contraflow lanes, as several folks have cited, are actually shown to have very little, if any, increase in incidents relative to
bike lanes that go with the flow. This project ultimately encourages travel that is slower, lighter in weight, bicycles relative to cars, and more cognizant of their surroundings, as previous folks have mentioned. Bicyclists have incentive to avoid collisions themselves because we are not protected by the same things automobiles are protected by. It hurts, as my genes can testify, to fall off your bike. This project increases safe travel options for those without a license, without means to own a car, or simply those who wish to live a more active lifestyle. As our city continues to grow, the only workable solution to congestion is encouraging alternatives to the automobile. We have a chance tonight to take a meaningful step towards a Boise where everyone feels safe, where we leave our bubbles and breathe the sometimes fresh air. Let's not let fear of potential harms or inconvenience stop us taking to stop traffic harm today. Thank you for your time, and please support option A as amended.
Thank you.
Just checking, Diego, you did mark that you wanted to testify, so I'm going to skip you unless you do. Okay, so you...
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Diego Breedlove, 1866 South Colorado Avenue, Boise, Idaho. I'd like to support option A. I think it's a great option. The concerns that some people had about difficulties near the St. John's, I think is more of an issue of just not reading the plans correctly. I think option A would make Boise a much safer place to be, a much better equipped to handle more pedestrians and vehicles and people in the future. I mean, I didn't write anything down, so I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but I do like to support option A. I think it's a great option. Thank you.
So next we have Frank Leone.
My name is Frank Leone. I live at 3126 East Stone Point Drive here in Boise, Idaho. First off, I'll put my glasses on. Madam President, Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for not only this project, for all the projects that you've completed since I've lived here in the late 80s and have been cycling here since then, and also working in the bicycle industry here in Boise, Idaho for almost 25 years. The reason I bring that up is one of the first things we hear, well, maybe it's the second. The first thing we hear is, we just moved to Boise and my neighbor said, buy a bicycle. The next thing we hear is, but I'm afraid to ride my bicycle on the street because it's not safe. I can understand the concerns that were expressed regarding modified A, regarding the church and the school, but I think some other people have addressed that quite well. Cyclists inherently are concerned with their own safety as well, so they will slow down to ensure that they won't injure themselves by inadvertently hitting another cyclist, a pedestrian, or a motor vehicle. The beauty of modified A is low stress. We hear people all the time, they buy bikes, the next thing they buy is a hitch. So they can put their bikes on it, so they can take their bikes to ride them someplace, to take them someplace where they can ride their bikes safely. That just kind of, it's totally counterintuitive to what we're trying to achieve. Modified A allows people that may not have the skill required, and I heard it put quite well, being able to accept the fear factor of dealing with traffic on a bicycle. You have to be on your toes all the time to ensure that you don't end up one of the terrible statistics that we've heard other people speak about. So with that said, I would certainly, well, one more thing, I did as I was coming here today, I spoke with a friend of mine who's a commuter, and he said, hey, don't forget to mention, I commute out of the North End. I commuted out of the North End for many, many years. If we could draw all of those people onto 8th, taking them downtown that way, and increase that visibility, people would come to realize that this is a major arterial mover for cyclists. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Frank. Next, we have Kelly Adams.
Welcome. Hello, I'm Kelly Adams, 2853 East Arlington Drive, Boise, Idaho. Madam President and Commissioners, thank you so much for taking into account all of our, and I apologize about my voice, all the stakeholders along the street, especially at St. Joe's, which I'm a parent of and a parishioner at St. John's, and allowing this process to play out, because that's what makes this a good project, is when we can all have the gaps filled and all of our input put into place. But I've come here tonight to oppose the southbound contraflow bike lane on 8th Street. I believe that the implementation and construction of bike lanes are very important to our growing city, but if they create safety hazards to children, bikers, and pedestrians. Increasing confusion with the contraflow bike traffic does not meet the criteria for contraflow bike lanes or safe routes to schools, student drop-off and pickup guidelines. In evaluating the various ACHD supporting planning documents, I agree with many North End neighbors that a safer 9th Street bike lane should be created for the southbound traffic. In the North Boise Neighborhood Bike and PED plan, there is no information from the community that the southbound bike lane on 8th is desired. Much of the plan points to better bike facilities on 9th Street as a southbound connector from the north end to downtown. And if you stand on 9th or 6th and do an informal bike count, survey yourself, you'll see that these routes are the natural and very well utilized bike routes. The bike counts included in this plan for 9th demonstrate that the need for bike facilities on 9th, in addition to the amount of crashes that occur on 9th, necessitate a safer route on 9th. Because we all know that even if you do put in that southbound contraflow on 8th that goes against traffic, many of the current bike commuters on 9th will continue to use 9th. And most importantly, in this plan, Figure 20 shows 9th Street as a high priority bicycling project. So why are we now looking at 8th? In the 2013 ACHD Downtown Boise Implementation Plan, it indicates that the contraflow is on 8th because of potentially becoming a two-way road. It states, based on the evaluation completed and input received, the following streets have been designated for one-way to two-way conversion. 8th Street, note that in addition to enhancing vehicular circulation, the conversion of this section of 8th Street allows for bike lanes to be provided in both directions to connect to the new Jefferson Street bike facilities. Converting this block to two-way travel may require reconfiguration of the signal on 8th Street and Bannock intersection. The alignment of southbound 8th Street will have to be maintained through the intersection. However, providing bike lanes in the same direction of travel as vehicles is preferred solution to a contraflow bike lane, given the potential conflicts. That is written in the plan. And lastly, the ACHD Roadways and Bikeways Master Plan describes when a contraflow is an applicable design choice. It says the applications when it improves safety. In this case, it does not, because children are going to be fenced. And then you're not providing safety for the maximum user of this space. It's just for the bicyclists. But we are the pedestrians are the maximum user of the space. It says currently having existing high bicycle usage of the street. Well, I haven't found any bike counts. And then it says if there's no other reasonable route for bicyclists, which 9th Street is a very obvious route to take. I just want to say thank you. I don't want to go over my time, but I do appreciate it. And I do question why bikers are the priority when that site already has maximum users. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Adams.
Next, we have Kate McLaughlin.
Hi, Kate McLaughlin, 1807 Montello, Boise. So I'm a parent. I've got a 7-year-old boy and a 9-year-old little girl who go to St. Joe's. And I wish that you guys could see drop off in the morning. it is terrifying for me right now. I normally would park in the parking lot that's across from St. Joe's, and you know, there's just kids everywhere. There's traffic backed up. We've got Randy's out there with the stop sign. You know, we've got a crossing guard there, but it is incredibly hectic. I think I looked at some of the, anyway, there's what, like 300 or 400 cars are going at 8 a.m. Then from 3 to 5, I think it goes up about like 250 cars. That was from one of the assessments. But anyway, it's so busy right there. And so I'm concerned about the contraflow bike lane. I'm glad that you guys are looking into the safety of the children. It wasn't apparent to me that you were looking into that when I was looking at the documents on the internet. I see that you've done this modified A, which I appreciate, but I feel like you're so close. You know, there's a lot of people who are supporting D and E. We've got bikers going down that's the natural flow. I don't know why you're going to do this contra flow lane when we have little children coming out there. It's just, it seems like it's a foreseeable risk that you guys are gonna know about. We're talking about little kids, and I feel like we're so close. You guys have obviously had a lot of discussion. I'm against the modified A, and I really wish that you could think about D and E more. You know, on your website, you could actually put that you were thinking about D and E. That's not even an option when you were looking at the meeting tonight. And I wish that you would think about that a little bit more. I think it would be safer for everybody involved. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Rob McQuaid.
Good evening, Madam President and Commissioners. My name is Rob McQuaid at 1002 West Ranch Road here in Boise. I am a St. John's parishioner and a parent at St. Joe's. Like several other folks in the room, this is my third time here, and I really appreciate the work the agency has done, both you as Commission and the staff, in hearing the concerns from parents and cyclists, concerns we had talked about child safety, as well as the ability to practice our religion. There's some unique parts of Catholicism and how we can access St. John's Cathedral to practice those sacraments. So thank you very much. And there are not a lot of people who like to be at a public meeting at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday, but this is how we get it done. I've been sitting here tonight, I've heard similar testimony as the previous two hearings, and I don't think there's any argument about the need to protect cyclists in our community. When Commissioner Hansen first talked about 9th Street, I think back in April, that's probably not going to happen. It's too far down the road. But the commission staff, they came up with option E. I think option E is the option that's a compromise. Nobody's going to get whatever they want when we leave here tonight, at least I assume not. And I would urge the commission to adopt option E as you've worked the process, folks are giving things up. It's going to provide a safe route on 9th Street. Safe route on 8th Street, and allow those folks in St. John's and St. Joe's to continue to access that part of the city that in a way that they've been doing for over a century. Thank you, Madam President. Happy to stand for any questions, or I will go take my seat. Thank you.
All right, Duncan, I'm giving you a chance too. Okay.
Yeah, my brother just spoke. He also didn't prepare anything. Duncan Breland, 1866 South Colorado Avenue. I'd encourage anybody who doesn't like option A to actually ride a bicycle and try riding downtown and wait till you almost get hit by a car, because it won't take long. And you'll see that protected bike lanes are a necessity. A lot of people are saying that the bike lane will add, the contra bike lane will add some safety concerns with their children, but they fail to realize that one car lane is being taken out. You know, they keep saying bicycles are the problem, but they still drive their children to school every day. You know, car accidents, we all know people who've died in car accidents, cyclists that have died, cars that have hit other cars. And yet they think a bicyclist riding at, say, 15 miles an hour is going to plow over their children. And it's a lot easier to hit a kid in a car than it is to hit a kid in a bicycle, because in a bicycle you get hurt too. In a car, it's like a speed bump. So I support A. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have Steve Clayton.
Good evening, I'm Steve Clayton. I live at 2207 Heights Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to share tonight, and again, as others have reiterated, for the consideration. I've lived on Heights Drive for 12 years. I grew up out west of town on a bike my whole life. On Heights Drive itself, there's probably 5 of us that if we weren't biking downtown regularly, we would be driving cars. So that was one of the questions earlier about the recreation or other users going downtown, but the biking's a big piece of that. The piece about 9th Street, I think, is important, and I do ride 9th Street. I come up 8th, heading south. I turn right, go past the co-op, and then, you know, checking there going into 9th Street. And I cringe when I enter that funnel on 9th Street, and it's like I'm taking my life in my hands here, going into that funnel, especially at the time of the schools, you know, in the mornings when the cars are pulling out of St. Joe's. And so there are actually times when I will, as much as I don't like riding on sidewalks, I will actually stay with the 8th Street sidewalk southbound and slow down as I go through the church area and the school area so that I'm not over there on 9th Street. I think Modified Concept A that staff has pulled together with input from many important stakeholders is the way to go. As I said the last time that I was here testifying, I will happily get off and walk my bike for that 1 or 2 blocks. As others have reiterated tonight, the cyclists are out looking for the safety of themselves and others. We're slowing down, we're looking for this. I think the chances of a kid getting hit by a bike is a lot less than a kid getting hit by a car. So I ask for your support of Modified Concept A and appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, we have Monty Prezan.
I think that's close enough. Just think about Rick and Morty, and I'm most of the time Morty, unless I decide to change my name to Rick. But 2102 North 20th Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Appreciate the opportunity to talk tonight. I'll make it short and sweet. I have a chocolate chip cookie awaiting me in my bag, and I'm getting pretty hungry. So today I had a long ride out to Vinnell Way out there by in the Walmart area to one of the federal buildings, and I tell you that was interesting. And I still haven't been home yet, but I get around a lot on 2 wheels, either my bike or my motorcycle if I'm going out even further. And so our family's been biking mostly since we moved here in 2006 from the Bay Area, and I have to say it looks safe a lot of the time, but it's not. A lot of the cars, we're in the north end, a lot of the cars are just going faster and faster nowadays, and the main constraint, as I think people are realizing, is not the enforcement, because a lot of our police force would be there, but they're limited manpower, and they respond to incidents. They don't have the ability to go out there and watch these vehicles on a regular basis. And so we have cars that are going way over the speed limit everywhere through town, and not just the north end, but on State Street, everywhere. And that's a real big problem. I'm not going to go in and go over all the incidents that I've had, and the near misses and the ones that weren't near misses that got me and our son. But just to say, I do support strongly the staff recommendation. I think they've done a very thorough job. I commend them. I'd like to say in response to some of the current concerns that were raised here today, we lived in Germany for 3 years. Our kids were really young then. Our daughter was only 8 years old. We had no concerns about them riding their bikes. And why was that? Because the sidewalks were so wide compared to the streets on their way to school and then they had a trail they got off on. There was no concern there. And you didn't have all the cars doing the drop off. I mean, this is the irony of it, is that people that might want to have their kids bike to school are afraid because there's so many cars, so many traffic there. And then they drive their cars and add to the traffic. And the same with the parking and the drop-off zones, where why not have alternatives to that? That may be the real problem to solve, not the bikes. And perhaps parents could park a little ways away and walk their kids. I mean, is that okay? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right, we're going to go to Zoom. We have Lisa Brady. There she is.
Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. My name is Lisa Brady, 1506 North 12th Street, and I am a little bit stuffy tonight, so let me know if you can't hear me all right. I'm in the North End. I use 8th Street pretty regularly, but I'm currently the board president of the Treasure Valley Cycling Alliance, the director of the Treasure Valley Safe Routes to School program, and I serve at your pleasure, commissioners, and sorry I didn't address you, Madam Chair and Commission. I certainly have pleasure serving as your ACHD Bicycle Advisory Committee Chair. Tonight I am representing solely the Treasure Valley Cycling Alliance and Safe Routes to School, as well as myself as a regular user of 8th Street, biking, walking, and using a car, sometimes a scooter. I'm thankful for the work that ACHD and CCDC have done on 8th Street over all of these years. This is a long project. I can remember, and I've been in Boise for a long time, so I can remember when I could actually park a car in the area that's now the entire Grove Plaza. I remember 8th Street is a two-way street down in the central downtown, and I'm very glad it's changed. It's made a huge difference for people's mobility. It's lent a vibrancy to our downtown core and to access to our foothills and river. I'm here to lend support to the modified Concept A for several reasons. When I travel around the valley by bike and car, teaching youth how to safely navigate our streets, I see the investments ACHD has done across the county and also along with the cities to make improvements for the walkability and bikeability for all of the users. This is increasing mobility options for people outside of cars and trucks, whom we have heavily invested in for the last 52 years in the Treasure Valley. Current Safe Routes to School guidelines include remote drop-off points, walking school buses, bike trains, and other options to remove the danger of motor vehicle traffic and air quality issues in the immediate area around the school. My training is the National Safe Routes to School educator. I have spent 10 years in this job and I will never change my work. I would like to see the school and parents work on improving this immediately for their own students, as well as for those youth attending Boise High School. 8th Street is one of the very few streets that connect bicyclists and walkers from the foothills to the river and beyond without the need to interact with heavy left and right turns that exist on the 9th Street corridor in the downtown. This project would connect the current protected contraflow bike lane existing from State to Bannock and would add a safe and connected route both north and south for bicyclists of all ages and abilities to destinations including their work, their school, services, worship, entertainment, healthcare, and movement across the region. There are concerns about this being a contraflow lane, and I would remind us all, and I have done this before so many times, and I'm tired of actually having to say this, I would remind us all that pedestrians have always been moving in both directions on the sidewalks. This would not change the responsibility of a driver or a cyclist to look for each other in a contraflow situation, because it's actually a normal movement for people walking. Putting the bike lane on 9th Street only serves a few streets in the downtown at this point and will require cyclists to make a left turn to access any further southbound movement past Main Street, unless they want to be involved in the front and Myrtle double left and right turns. This has been looked at for a very long time. I'm very aware of it as I'm married to one of the planning directors that used to work for the city of Boise. This is one of the projects that I've been
Lisa,
involved
we're
in.
at time.
Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
I finish safe routes?
Is there more time for safe routes?
There's been a
Sure.
lot of use of the word safe routes, and my job is the safe routes school director. I don't know how to not respond to this.
Go ahead, Lisa.
But I guess I can write it to you and.
No. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I'll finish with the last paragraph that I have right now. I've been in school all day. I know that 4 people have died in the last 2 months. I was in a classroom today with kids who knew Ryland, who they are affected. It is not light. I know it's emotional. We are improving the safety for all road users, and we all have a responsibility to teach each other well and to do the best we can to provide more mobility options for those people who don't have any other choice. And that includes our youth and people who cannot drive. I will stand down now in saying this project is not without challenge, but I have confidence in ACHD staff to consider the safety and convenience for all modes of transportation that use this corridor. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this project. It will be a great improvement for the connectivity of the network and a further completion of the Downtown Boise Implementation Plan and the North End Neighborhood Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
We have one last from Zoom. Yevgeny Strevtsov. I destroyed your name last week too. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Evgeny Kravtsov, 3800 North Jackie Lane. Appreciate the opportunity again. I testify in support of the modified concept A, and I wanted to address some arguments that people made repeatedly, which, you know, and I understand I'm a guest in the neighborhood. I do work occasionally there, and you know, I'm in construction, so I move around. I worked on Boise High School, and I have a very good familiarity with this area in the months that I've been working there, mostly as a pedestrian because we had to park, you know, several blocks away and walk there, dealing with the 8th and 9th Street, et cetera, Boise Co-op. And I just wanted to address some of these issues when people say that, you know, people would ride 9th Street anyway, and then at the same time, they're concerned for the 8th Street contraflow bike lane. Well, if people not going to use it, then why are you afraid, right? Or they know the people going to use it and switch modes. Because I'll tell you, I'm, again, one of those risk-taking, high tolerance bicyclists. You know, it might be in contention for stupid Olympics, but I did ride from Cascade to Boise on I-55 before, you know, on ID-55. So I've done some risky things when it comes to this. But I'll tell you that if I have a choice between contraflow bike lane on 8th Street and the 9th Street, I would choose 8th Street any day, you know, and same thing with people who say that they are not comfortable with contraflow bike lane, but they would dump themselves into 9th Street with 2 lanes of traffic and people coming out. There's so many conflicts coming out of Boise Co-op. You know, I don't think it's, you know, I think it's a little bit disingenuous. Same way with this, is they concern for bicyclists going south, and they say maybe it's good for them to go make a giant zigzag over several blocks and come back and cut through a bunch of different lanes of traffic in all directions to get back on the 8th Street. It seems to me it's just a bunch of privileged car drivers are, you know, concerned about their convenience in one particular block on this route, and not really knows, like, again, options. And I would fully stand, let's make 9th Street better and safer, you know, let's give people options. That's the real freedom, you know. But I think, yeah, continuing this street both ways, all throughout the corridor from the north end to the green belt, I think it's a great idea. And just like I said, yeah, we can get improved more in the neighborhood. Fantastic. I'm all for it, both hands, you know. But at that, I will finish, and I appreciate the opportunity again. And still, I defer to the locals to, you know, to do their decisions. But I see, and I will, you know, like, the more we find out here, or the more improvements we can get here, the more we can get in other parts of town. That's why I participate in projects that are further away from me too. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
That is all we have signed up.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to testify that hasn't? Okay, thank you, Stacy. I don't think that there's any questions for staff at this point, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. So it's on to commission debate and a motion. Commissioners.
Madam President.
Commissioner McKinney.
Let me just see if I can summarize a couple of things, and I'll give my 2 cents on it. One of the most important things that we have to consider as a commission is that popularity by itself is not the basis on which we make decisions. We have to consider a whole variety of things, and there are cases where the decision, the most prudent decision for us to make may not be the most popular one. That being said, in this case, looking at those who have testified here tonight, it's about 2 to 1 in favor of modified concept A. I think based on the other public input we've had, that's a little bit more skewed toward concept A than was the overall public input. It was in favor of concept A, but not quite by that margin, I guess. So that's consideration number 1 that we take into account. I have had concerns about this project from the beginning. My first concern was our justification for removing vehicle travel lanes and whether that was really justified or whether that was a mistake. I've also been suggested early on the possibility of, is there a way that we can do some sort of temporary installation to see how this works? That we could try this a concept using either some, I guess, candlesticks or other temporary facilities rather than spending all the money up front just to see whether it works or whether we have problems. The rest of the commission has not been in favor of that. Another concern, of course, is that, and has been expressed tonight, the city of Boise has indicated a consideration to potentially turn 8th Street back into 2-way traffic. And if we build this project, that pretty much eliminates that possibility altogether. So those are a couple of concerns. Let me then, here's my final thoughts on this. It's pretty clear there is no ideal solution. That's been said already. There's no ideal solution here. Every possibility that's been considered has its pros and cons. And no matter what we do, some will be in favor and some will be opposed. On balance, I think the concept A, the modified concept A as presented, is probably the best, not ideal, but the best that we have in front of us. But let me just say this. This commission, I'm going to vote against this simply because this commission over the past few weeks has approved millions and millions of dollars for bikeways. And here tonight has demonstrated a willingness to curtail roadway projects. Bikeways are great. They're an important part of what we do, but they're not the biggest part of what we do. And when the commission shows that it's willing to just push roadway projects away and then take on millions and millions worth of bikeway projects, meanwhile wasting millions on unnecessary redesign of roadway projects, that strikes me as demonstrates foolishness, and I can't go with it. So even though I would ordinarily say, yeah, let's go ahead with this, we can't keep throwing money after projects that are nice when we're ignoring projects and taking away projects that are essential. And so I'm going to vote against it.
Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Just to clarify the record,
so that there's absolutely no question in anybody's mind, the two-way concept for 8th Street has ancient history. Any argument from the council? No. Okay. Many years ago, it was actually when I first decided I was going to run for this office, somebody took me aside, bought me lunch, and told me something that basically made this job a whole lot easier, in a way. He said, Goldthorpe, you got to learn how to compartmentalize or this job will drive you nuts. He was right. And so I cannot, without going nuts, equate the negative feelings I had about our first decision tonight with what the decision is for this. It's all different. And so having said that, having sat through as many of these hearings as has existed since day one, having been responsible for a lot of the changes that came into this Concept A modified, I'm going to be voting for it. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. Thank you.
Commissioner Gold?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and online for your comments and for continued comments throughout this process. Also, thanks to the Commission for pushing for more engagement and feedback, and to staff for really listening and incorporating that and bringing it forward. I think that this has been a really robust public process, and I appreciate everybody's comments tonight. I am in favor of modified Concept A. I feel like it is the most complete use of public space to create safe and comfortable facilities for everyone, for all ages and abilities. And I think it's really important that we connect this project to existing and planned infrastructure so we can realize this full bikeway to completion. I think there's opportunity through the design process to continue to address concerns. And I also think that moving this project forward does not preclude future facilities on 9th Street or any other area in our city. I think that we all benefit from improved facilities for everybody. So that's my position.
Thank you, Commissioner Gold. Commissioner Hanson?
I just echo comments by Commissioner Goldthorpe and Commissioner Gold, and actually some by Commissioner McKinney. I thought this is what we should be doing with all our projects. And, initially throw out the concept, evaluate, try some things, and then constantly get fine-tuned from the people who know best, which is in those neighborhoods. This is all public space, and we're trying to figure out the safest way to use public space based on how people are using it now and may use it in the future. And I just am really impressed with what the staff has been able to do in developing this concept. And they'll continue to tweak it because this isn't the design phase. We still have another phase to go through and actually come up with a specific design. The concerns I have will continue, which is around how people interact with 9th Street and the function, the impact on 9th Street. But it's pretty clear, the city calls the shots on whether a street gets converted to two-way or not. It doesn't sound like the city will be doing that at all with 9th Street. So there's other issues that have to be dealt with on that, because those go all the way up through that neighborhood, the complexity about how that operates. What I love about this is that it's going to go down to 1 lane north because just the traffic didn't justify it. That in and of itself. Right now, the testimony, and I've observed it myself, people cycle south on 8th Street against traffic because there's a lot less of it, rather than try, and there'll still be a lot of people who want to go quickly, who are highly skilled cyclists who are brave, and they'll go in the 9th Street lane. But the thing that we developed a few years ago and what the staff is now using on this one in developing the concept, and I like to see that, is figuring out what the level of traffic stress is going to be for pedestrians and cyclists. And so it makes sense that this is, that modified concept A move forward. I would like to see something done with 9th, but to a certain extent that's in the city's hands to determine whether there's going to be some modifications to the direction on that because of its impact. And I would really like to see that, perhaps in conjunction with the improvements we have to do on the Franklin Bikeway, because from our previous discussion, State Street is not a bikeway. It's a destination. People will cross the street, but there's no cycling along it. That's what Franklin is, the east-west bike route. But we haven't done any improvements on Franklin, and hopefully we'll do that soon. And Franklin does connect 9th and 8th. So I hope we can do something, especially on that piece of 9th between Franklin and Union, when that happens. But at this point, I think, given the enormous amount of work and the wonderful input that that everybody has had, and virtually, I say a majority of the concerns that were raised in the first couple of hearings and public outreaches were incorporated into redesign, which is what we're supposed to do. I would support this.
Thank you, Commissioners. I also want to just say thank you to everyone that's here. It's duly noted that yes, it's 8:40 on a Wednesday night, so I don't want to spend too much longer out of your evenings deliberating and repeating what's been shared, but I do want to commend our staff, and I do want to commend the neighbors and the folks that commented and complimented our staff in their ability to work with you and hear your concerns and adapt the project as such. That's the goal, is we have a better product all around because all of you have weighed in, and that is our goal, is to have infrastructure that is well used, that is safe, that connects and resonates with the neighborhood that it's being built for. So with that, is there a motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Move, please, that we approve the request for adoption of Gate Street Franklin Union Bike.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. Or sorry, public comment. I was like, I'm so ready. I'm like, sorry, Kay. Sorry, Kay. So sorry. I knew I would fumble something.
Oh, yes. This was the lady.
Thank you. Yes. Told you.
No. She's very patient.
And these are for all of you, 2 pages each. And the direction from the staff, I'll
I think they're...
Kay Hummel, I live at 420 East Crestline, and I heard the discussion remotely on your first agenda item tonight, and I appreciated the slowdown of that project on 9th, and I'm here to talk to you about the rest of the State Street corridor project that's coming up for reconsideration. I've read through that completely and had a lot of disappointment with it. And as you know, I live upstream, and some of you have heard from me before that I lead a group called GASP, G-A-S-P, Geezers Actually Still Pedaling, and we are road cyclists. But more than that, I have to cross 8th Street every day or use it because I live upstream of it in the Central Foothills. And I've lived up there for 35 years, and before that I lived on North 20th. So I'm pretty familiar with how the corridor works. And as some of you know, I grew up in a very serious design family, and we talk about this kind of stuff at dinner every night. And I completely believe that good function follows from good and wise design. And that is my concern and why I brought you, besides talking about the fact that I've been hit at 17th and State on my bike. I've been T-boned at 8th and Thatcher in my car with ongoing neck injuries because people are getting to be aggressive drivers in the State Street 8th and 9th corridors. But why I'm really here is because my friend Henry Rentz was hit on January 23rd this year and died the next day. He was hit in the sidewalk, legally crossing state from the south side lot to the Y to the north. And the other picture is of Sharon Moore, who was a beloved employee of my husband's law firm, and she was hit in the crosswalk, legally crossing after work to get to the Y at 9th and State in, I believe it's 2002. I knew both these people very well. I'd known Henry Rentz since I was 17 years old. I met him in 1971. He was a dear friend, and he is gone. I do not hold you or the staff responsible for what happens. Traffic accidents happen. But I do implore you with the intersection study and project that better design can occur there, that recognizes the rich pedestrian life we have downtown. And I know you can do it, and I trust in this fine staff to improve that. I talked with Officer Corporal Willis of the Boise Police Department after Henry died on January 24th. He says the traffic division is down 20%. There are about 50 staff officers in BPD offices unfilled. And it's hard to find people who want to serve in that fine organization. It's incumbent on all of us to do a better job for the high pedestrian use that happens around places like the Y. And I want to highlight what's coming up. In 2025, the Y, when it's raised its money, is going to go south from its current locations, most of you know, and build a new, denser facility on the block to the south. And to the north, it's going to flip, and Block 68, I believe CCDC can confirm that, is going to come up for is in the process of a new RFP for a very high-density building there across from Boise High on the current YMCA downtown site. We already have enormous foot traffic there. We have Boise High students. We have bus line number 8 discharging there, the most heavily used bus lane in all of Treasure Valley. And it doesn't even have a pull-out. It has to stop in the main line of traffic on the right side, those two westbound lanes as it's going west. And of course, people dart around it who are impatient, which once again makes it unsafe for the average pedestrian just trying to get to the Y or trying to go south to have lunch further downtown. So somebody talked earlier about the stress level for pedestrians and cyclists. I believe it was Commissioner Hansen. I feel stressed every day. I felt stressed before my friend Henry died, but now I am really stressed. And I have to cross those corridors every day on foot, on my bike. I own 3 kinds of bikes, and I just don't ride for pleasure. I try to use less carbon and do errands on my bike and in my automobile. We raised 2 sons. They're grown now, but we like them to bike to Longfellow, to North, and to Boise High to keep them from being more motorists contributing to the congestion in that Hayes, Fort, 8th and 9th and 10th Street area. And the last thing I want to tell you is that I participated heavily in the CCDC program to build the new 11th Street bikeway, and I'm pretty excited about it. And I also participated in the North End bikeway that comes from Heron all the way down to Boise High, and there the two meet, as you know. But the scariest part of all that is what happens from Washington Street to State and on to Jefferson. It's really scary now. It could get scarier in the future with all the density and attractant activity that's going to happen. So look, all of us have pretty much gone to other cities like New York, Portland, lots of places where they have wider sidewalks that give room for pedestrians to see each other, for cars to see pedestrians. And I'm really encouraging you to rework that 2nd and State to 21st Street intersection project, because good function will follow from really smart and better infrastructure for pedestrians and for cyclists. And I'm really happy to talk with you about this tonight, and I'd love to have any questions from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public testimony tonight?
We are good.
That's Stacy.
I think we're good.
Okay. In that case, meeting adjourned.